You and I eat, breathe, think, feel pain, cry, and so much more. And in our world, we may question if plants do the same. But in the world of Pokemon, we have quite a gallery of herbaceous friends that do as we do. Because plants can fall asleep, they can see their environment through light and touch, and they can even predict where the sun will be before it rises. As such, I had some questions regarding our grass-type Pokemon. So, I will be going over every single grass-type Pokemon, what real-life plants they are based on, and whether they are sentient or not, using science! All to answer the questions if they are truly plants, and if they are they sentient, or are they merely mimicking our behavior out of instinct? Howdy there, I'm Krillic, and my basis for knowledge does come from this wonderful book right here, Planta Sapiens. Highly recommend it, it's a great read. I blasted through it in a good day of time, and I won't bore you with talking about the book itself. You should go just read it. Instead, I'll just supplement the information from there with the research I've done and all of our information regarding our plant Pokemon. Now, with our grass-type Pokemon, there are 130 of them at this current juncture, Generation 9, and 12.68% of all Pokemon are or share the grass typing. As we go through, though, I'll add in, like I said, some real-life plant info that'll make you question if plants truly are sentient, while also defining what it is to be a grass-type Pokemon. Because as I've explained in my Ghost Types video, just because it has the typing doesn't mean that it is one. Some ghost types just could control spirits, so that might be the same for some of our grass types here, meaning that they might not even actually be plants. So, as I go through, I will also, of course, add in my own opinions as we go along because I can't resist these lovable plants. So how about we get this party started with number one himself, the one sleeping right behind me, as we have Bulbasaur. Known as the Seed Pokemon and Bulbasaur in my circle, thanks to some comics I used to read that I kind of lost through the internet. I'll find them again one day. It is found in grasslands and forests within Kanto, though it is hard to come by as they're taken as starter Pokemon. This is a common trend with all of our starter Pokemon. You can't really find them in the wild because they are raised, as shown in the Pokemon Horizons anime at least, in special facilities in which those Pokemon get to live and are protected, assuming because they are a little bit of a rare species. Its bulb will flash blue when ready to evolve and may even resist transforming if it doesn't want to. Many of them gather in a hidden garden in Kanto to evolve into Ivysaur in a ceremony led by Venusaur. That in and of itself already started to tell us that it has some level of sentience beyond its normal capabilities. The bulb on its back is simply that though, a bulb, which is just a short underground stem with fleshy leaves or leaf bases that act as a storage organ for nutrients. Many of our plant or grass type Pokemon, I'm gonna say those interchangeably from now on, so just poke fun at me, I guess. But nevertheless, a lot of our grass types here do have these nutrient storage areas or organs on their body that we'll talk about. This, though, allows a plant to survive dormant periods like winter by storing food reserves and regrowing when conditions improve. Now, when Bulbasaur does evolve into Ivysaur, it can't run as fast due to the weight of the plant on its back, so instead its legs grow sturdier, more muscled. And when the flower is ready to bloom, it gives off a very distinct, sweet-smelling aroma and starts to swell. That aroma is likely to attract pollinators. This is because plants like to get us involved in their dirty work as we carry their pollen to their soon-to-be baby mamas. Now, Ivysaur will spend more time in the sunlight in preparation for its coming evolution, which adds to the strength of Ivysaur and the plant. That plant on its back is very reminiscent of a strange mix between a Rafflesia and a palm tree. Kind of like if you just took the flower and put it where the leaves would be. Ivysaur are common in plains and is known to quote-unquote sleep in sunny spots while undergoing photosynthesis, though researchers are unsure if it is actually sleeping. So that actually brings us back to Planta Sapiens, which actually talks about anesthesia in plants. See, Mimosa pudica was used in the book as an example where it would actually be put to sleep with anesthesia. How they were able to prove this simply was the fact that Mimosa was a plant where if you would touch it, it would retract into itself. It didn't like to be touched. It wanted to keep its leaves safe from predators. So think of it like the Venus flytrap, where you touch the hairs on the inside of the Venus flytrap's mouth and it closes. Instead, the leaves on this plant will retract to keep itself safe. Now, after anesthesia is applied to it, it actually would not respond at all and could be touched constantly. This was replicated with a Venus flytrap, and anesthesia does come from plants, so it makes sense that the plants would be susceptible to it, as they would release it when injured to the areas where they've been injured. In addition, if you know about melatonin, which is the wonderful chemical that helps us know when it's time to go to sleep and helps us shut down, plants do the same thing, except it's called phytomelatonin. As such, it's interesting to think about the idea that there might be some level of consciousness in plants, in the idea that they can be put to quote-unquote sleep. Again, it's very hard to tell whether they are truly asleep or just simply numbed. Nevertheless, it's in a state of unconsciousness. Actually, that's also a controversial thing to say. Take that as you will. Now, when Ivysaur finally does evolve into Venusaur, the sun's rays make the flower more vibrant, and in turn, that flower can release a soothing scent that attracts Pokemon and calms emotions. It is stronger after a rainy day. Now, Venusaur itself is at its strongest in the summer when there is more light, and it can manipulate nature, release several vines from its back, and lead evolution ceremonies, as previously stated, for its previous forms. It is rarely found in the wild, but when it is, it inhabits grasslands. Now, when we look at its mega evolution, the flower does become larger and heavier, even developing markings on Venusaur's forehead during the transformation. Even the Gigantamax form does the same thing, pouring the energy into the flower, as the trunk then becomes shorter and the flower nearly encases our little froggy friend here. The vines are strong enough to topple a 10-foot story building, and the pollen it spreads comes out in a fashion similar to a volcanic eruption. That same pollen causes a souped-up version of all your typical allergies, even causing fainting, but also promotes plant growth in areas where it does land. Now, I wasn't planning on really talking about the Megas or the Gigantamax versions, but this is a nice little exception because I get to talk about pollen. Especially as when we look at Venusaur, we get to see this Rafflesia Arnoldi in full effect, and oddly enough, this Pokemon acts opposite to what a real Rafflesia is like. A Rafflesia will use its scent to attract creatures, but it's not using a sweet scent to attract creatures. Instead, what it does is it uses that nasty, rotted smell to attract flies. They go into the Rafflesia, down under, and then kind of get stuck with pollen of sorts that is then stuck to them as they leave. Then another Rafflesia, or any other for that matter, causing their rotting smells to pervade through the air, attracts that fly to it, causing the Rafflesia, or the female part of it then, to eventually be fertilized and a new Rafflesia to eventually form. Now, when we do look at this Pokemon line, it is clearly sentient and it has a symbiosis with the plant on its back. So that just kind of makes it so that the actual Pokemon and the plant itself are separate because of that symbiosis, or at least it makes it questionable whether or not they are the same creature. Answers we will not be able to answer because we don't have the modern science available or the availability to actually study them on a one-to-one basis in a controlled environment. Who would have guessed? Nevertheless, we can at least assume, of course, Bulbasaur line itself is sentient, while the plant is questionable, because we don't really know if plants are sentient or not, and that's continually being tested. After all, sentience is incredibly complicated, though we can attribute something to have cognitive behavior, at least by finding out if it can adapt, act in anticipation, is flexible to change, and if it is goal-oriented. In the case of our Bulbasaur here, they can do all of these things, making sure to actively move and change with the world around them, even resisting change itself when they don't want to evolve. So, once again, just to close it out, Bulbasaur line is sentient. If you have enjoyed this so far and the deep dives of real information injected into the Pokemon world, then please be sure to subscribe, share the videos with others, continue watching, and even watch other videos on the channel. If you want to go the extra mile, you can always become a member for as little as $3, which goes a long way. I was actually able to get some soundproofing to help the audio in this room and hopefully make it even ever so slightly less echoey. Which there wasn't really echoes in the last videos, but I hear things. And I know the mic doesn't pick it up as much, but I don't want to risk it if I ever yell on stream. Nevertheless, as I said, thank you so much for watching, and let's continue through our topic of today. Up next is the Oddish line, which has that nice, funny split evolution later. It is known as the weed Pokemon and is a nocturnal Pokemon. Oddish buries its sensitive body in the ground during the day to avoid the sun and full predators. If its leaves are pulled in this state, it will respond by shrieking horribly. It starts to move when its leaves begin absorbing moonlight, which it uses to actually grow. Oddish will wander up to 1,000 feet, 300 meters, during the night to scatter its seeds and find a nutrient-rich patch of soil in which to plant itself. The more fertile the earth, the glossier its leaves will be. It is thought that its feet become like tree roots when planted. Now, it is the only Pokemon currently to have a Latin name, Odium Wanderus. I can't even say it with a straight face. And honestly, Oddish isn't really alone technically, because there are plants that do bloom at night, including the night blooming jasmine or evening primrose. In addition, each plant has different needs, even if they are of the same exact species. You know, I have an ivy plant that I was always told, oh, they need lots and lots of sunlight. I got it when it was young. It did not get a lot of sunlight, thanks to the apartment that I used to live in, but it grew to astronomical levels. Now it's in a new place and it's getting more sunlight. It could grow a little bit easier. Nevertheless, some plants will end up getting scorched by too much sun and actually just burn like you and me. Now with Oddish, we do also get the mix-in of mandrakes, both the real and imagined versions, in addition to having a bulby body like a radish. When we get into Gloom, it trickles sticky nectar from its mouth with the appearance and consistency of drool. As a side note, I have a cat, or we have a cat, my significant other and I, named Whiskey. If you've been here for streams, you've probably seen him. Otherwise, he is never in here when I am actually recording. Otherwise, he will step on my keyboard from time to time. Now, he loves being picked up when one of the dogs are put in the cage where they are eating. And if I pick him up, he drools. Like, he just drools. He doesn't do it any other time, but only when he's super happy and super comfortable, and I've never seen that before in a cat, and I just had to get that out here. I love him to bits. Now, Gloom's drool, though, can be used as fertilizer for other plants. Both this nectar and the flower on Gloom's head release a foul odor strong enough to induce fainting in humans over a mile 1.6 kilometers away. However, it can also attract prey, and even a very small number of humans find it pleasing, so I guess they might be dying too. In addition, it will not emit the odor if it feels safe. Now, we've already talked about Rafflesias, and now we have the, true Pokemon of it, except actual Rafflesias are not carnivorous. Again, we've already talked about what they do. This is why we can't just trust what the Pokemon is based on to derive what it does or what it eats. I am very tempted, as time goes on, and I keep thinking about it, to redo the Pokemon food chain video, the biggest video on my channel that kicked everything off, and just really go to town and get it as accurate as possible. Which, if you haven't seen it, go check out my Pokemon Ecology series. I've done Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn. Baby, I have to go to Sinnoh next. And you bet I'm going through every single region, including the Legends game. So, go watch that. It's as literally accurate as possible. Now, we can lean more into the Rafflesia origins and get Vileplume, said to have the largest petals in the world that are almost too heavy for the Pokemon to support. Vileplume can shake, flap, or burst its petals into bloom with a bang in order to release clouds of pollen. This pollen is yellow and highly allergenic to humans, and toxic to other Pokemon. Vileplume uses it to paralyze its prey before devouring it. The larger the Vileplume's petals are, the more potent the toxin on its pollen is, and its behavior of flapping its petals also makes very loud noises. I don't know what I'd be more terrified of, and I think the more I ponder it, I know the answer between a rattlesnake or Vileplume, which is much larger and much more powerful. Now, they are rare because this evolution and the following are achieved through evolution stones, but if found, they are found in grassy plains. Once again, we just have another grass type that likes to hunt for prey, and we can't just assume that it only goes after bug Pokemon, because typically it actually makes that distinct change or that distinct difference when in writing. So, we might be able to just assume that Vileplume is an omnivore, and well, at least a carnivore, opportunistic carnivore, more aptly. Now, it does specifically seem to represent the Rafflesia Hasselti due to the spotting on its petals. And lastly for this line, we do have Blossom. Blossom's petals are said to be more beautiful the worse the aroma of the gloom it evolved from. When it rubs the petals on its head together, it creates a pleasing sound. It does not possess feet. In the Pokemon the Series episode Flower Power, its centermost leaves bent as it was getting ready to spring, suggesting that it uses its leaves as substitutes for feet or legs. However, the Pokédex does classify it as a bipedal Pokemon. Blossom is often seen dancing and chanting. In particular, it dances when cloudy weather persists or when the heavy rainfall season ends and it is drawn out by the warm sunlight. It is also found in grassy plains and are far more plentiful in the tropics. It is a mix of the Rafflesia Kythe and the Plumeria, while having the shape of a bell. So this line does make it a little bit difficult, because theoretically I could say yes. Like, let's just wipe it all away and be like, oh yes, all of our grass type Pokemon are sentient. But Oddish is a bit odd, not to put a pun there. The lines do get blurred now that we've added faces to our plants here, making them more anthropomorphized. At face value, sure, they're all sentient creatures, but is this true sentience or simply learned behaviors? Does Oddish simply wander out of pure instinct and nothing else? After all, plants kinda do have different personalities. Let's go back to that mimosa plant that I told you about. It might decide that it doesn't want to curl in. Some plants, when touched a certain number of times, would curl in more than others would. Now, outside factors do include what is the sunlight level at, because they would have to create a risk-reward decision in order to determine whether or not they would actually curl in or not. Is it worthwhile? Will they get more sunlight? Will they just die anyway if they don't get enough sunlight and are eaten? These are the processes that do go through some plants. I was about to say heads. I think you can tell where I sit on the are plants sentient or not, like, debate, and I lean more towards them being sentient. At this point, I would think that it would get very old if I continued to play this game of, is it sentient or is it not sentient? So, I'm just simply going to say, unless I say otherwise, all of the plants or grass-type Pokemon are sentient in some capacity. Now, this does not mean, though, that all of our grass-type Pokemon are plants. That is a whole other discussion that we are going to continue as we go along here. Okay, the lines are about to get blurred incredibly quickly, even though I just said what I just said, as we now have Paris and Parasect. Red and yellow mushrooms known as Tochukaso grow on this Pokemon's back. The mushrooms can be removed at any time, and grow from spores that are doused on this Pokemon's back at birth by the mushroom on its mother's back. Really setting them up for a bright future, aren't you, Mom? Tochukaso are parasitic in nature, drawing their nutrients from the host Paris' body in order to grow and exerting some command over the Pokemon's actions. For example, Paris drains nutrients from tree roots due to commands from the mushrooms. They thrive in damp forests, can live in damp caves, and need that moisture and heavy nutrients in order to live. After all, it's eating for 2. Technically 3, because it has 2 mushrooms on his back. It's got twins! Now, when we look at fungi in general, the mushrooms that we see are just their fruiting bodies. Underneath, we have a much larger framework of microscopic threads that the fungi expand throughout the world in. They can connect to trees, connect to each other, support the trees, and the trees support them, though they might even connect to multiple trees at once, and there might be a tree that says, I don't think so, and release toxins back, which can hurt other trees, but still keep the fungi alive. And this is called the Wood Wide Web, or at least that's kind of the nickname for it. Really fun thing. And it's all just underneath the ground. Now, with fungus being cohabitual in this way, there is one specific one that I could bring to your attention, being the Amylaria solidepes, which is found in the Blue Mountains, otherwise just nicknamed the Blue Mountain fungi, which is 2.5 miles wide at one point. All of it being underground. And that has to be by pure estimation because, yeah, you can track points A, B, C, D, then you do another couple of points, and then a triple set of points, and then you do your estimations from there because you continue to find the same results in all of these different areas, showing that, yes, this thing very well, at minimum, is 2.5 miles wide. But does that make our Pokemon sentience? Does it make it intelligent? Let's just continue with Parasect to help you determine for yourself. The insect has been drained of nutrients and is now under the control of the fully grown Tochukaso. Removing the mushroom will cause Parasect to stop moving. It can thrive in dark forests with a suitable amount of humidity for growing fungi. Swarms of this Pokemon have been known to infest trees, and the swarm will drain the tree of nutrients until it dies, and then it'll just move on to the next tree, having just made it a husk of its former self. Now, the eyes have whitened, and without the parasitic mushroom, the body will not move. But, once again, this might not actually mean that it is dead. Our Parasect may be instilled into what is called a locked-in state. Now, there's a phrase called zip zap, which is essentially a process in which if somebody is locked in, maybe they're unconscious, whatever it might be, yeah, you have all these different things going on where, yes, you can see a heart rate, but are they even in that body anymore? Are they conscious anymore? Well, what happens is they send that electrical signal, the zip, it comes back as a zap. If it does come back, then you know whether or not the individual is conscious and is aware of the surroundings but cannot respond. As such, they're alive, they're there, they are conscious. This is something, again, we can't test on Parasect, and it is a bit sad, but it could also one day just give us some insight on how we can understand other living beings, and if they are conscious or sentient or not, through what we have studied through humanity. After all, humanity used to believe that only humans were sentient. Not dogs, not cats, not birds, none of that. They were all just mechanical beings or some sort of strange, like, organical mechanical being that didn't feel pain or process the world as we did. And as such, if you don't process things the same way we do, you clearly aren't intelligent, which we now know is incorrect. So, who's to say that's not the same for plants? Now, yes, this is a fungus that we're talking about, and that is also being studied on whether or not they are sentient. It is known, though, to be aware of and respond to its environment, showing that fungus in general does have some level of cognition. There are so many studies on all of this. I highly recommend looking into it and keeping your eyes open, because just like old science that is now proven to be correct through an insurmountable amount of studying, this is being constantly challenged and under fire, which means that it can't get the funding and studying that it needs in order to actually prove whether or not these plants, again, are sentient. As we turn our eyes, though, back to Pokemon and to Parasect, we, unfortunately, may have to recognize the fact that it is locked in and gone until the day that it truly does die. Although if it is already dead, the inner framework of its body is being replaced by branches of sentient fungi piloting its body like a meat mech. And that is some next level horror. Somehow considered the flower Pokemon, we have Bellsprout. Its stem is long and very flexible, making it capable of swerving rapidly to avoid many attacks or moving with blinding speed to capture prey. Its roots resemble feet, and it uses them as such. It will plant its roots in the ground to replenish water, but it is unable to flee while rooted. Bellsprout prefers hot and humid places, thus it lives in temperate forests and jungles. Because Bellsprout feels so safe while sleeping, it tends to forget that it may need to run from danger. This and the rest of the line are pitcher plants, though more specifically from the Nepenthes genus. I do find it a bit odd that I can actually find pitcher plants right here in Wisconsin, as I kind of just expect them to be more of like, oh, they have to be in a warm, hot environment, but I saw one personally during my time in college, and now I feel old. Ugh. It does evolve into Weepinbell, and this Pokemon camouflages itself as a plant in the forest. Is it not a plant? Whilst awaiting an unwary victim. When its prey draws near, it sprays poison powder to immobilize the target before melting it with its internal acids. It oozes a neutralizing fluid that prevents these internal acids from melting its own body. It will also slice its prey if it is too large to consume into pieces with its razor-sharp leaves. Weepinbell live in temperate forests and jungles where it hangs from tree branches by its stem in order to sleep. If it moves around during sleep, it may slip and find itself on the ground where it awakens, or it might just continue to sleep after hitting the ground as it is a deep sleeper. But don't worry, we'll talk about that internal acid after we get through Victreebel, which flicks its vines in order to mimic other animals to attract prey to it. It also produces a sweet scent to further aid in the luring of its victims, and the acid it has dissolved numerous prey animals as it becomes sweeter and even more effective at attracting prey. It can be found in small groups, and it is very territorial. In the 22nd chapter of Pokemon Adventures, Victreebel hoards food, usually small birds and rodents, and collects leaf stones to perform evolution rituals at night to help Weepinbell become more Victreebel. Once again, we have another grass-type Pokemon that is actively intelligent and is assisting in its own kind to evolve, understanding that evolution stones are necessary and they can't simply grow into the next stage. Being the result of an exposure to an evolutionary stone, they are very rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in temperate forests and jungles. In Pokemon Sleep, they're mentioned to be known to sleep with its mouth open to still draw in prey even while it is asleep. Very rarely, it forgets about luring in prey and instead chooses to sleep face down. That really reconstitutes the imagination as to where its face actually is, despite where the eyes are. I guess it's like a horse? Ew. Now, these Pokemon clearly have a personality once again. Even Bellsprout, which I thought was really just a void of no thought, head empty. It actually brings me to another point about real life plants and how they act around families of their same species. They will be less competitive. Their roots will not dig as deep. They will not try to completely rise above their fellow plants and completely block them in terms of sunlight. They'll stay even, they'll stay together, they don't fight, no terrible toxins being released from them into the soil to kill those around them. They just coexist, and they seem less stressed. And carnivorous plants have always been very fascinating to me, whether you consider sundews or flycatchers. They take what we assume to be slow-moving, autotrophic creatures and transform them into insect-devouring heterotrophs. Now, to round out our pitcher plant Pokemon here, I wanted to look into pitcher plants more, and it drew me into the San Diego Zoo for more info, where they state they look like flowers, kinda, and to insects though, they do smell like flowers, though the pitchers are simply specialized leaves. They prevent rainwater from diluting their lethal acid via a hood that they have over it, and Some can even be upwards of 3 feet tall. I mean, Victreebel has that beat by nearly an additional 3 feet, but that does prove a good point. These things can be massive. And the lethal acid is simply digestive acids and enzymes to slowly dissolve the insect's body and absorb precious nutrients, such as nitrates and phosphates, which are needed for growth, from its prey. It's very similar to our own stomach acid in that sense, which is only kept back and in check by the mucus and stomach lining. We have a bit of a conundrum here as we look at Voltorb historically back into its Hisuian form. As like its modern counterpart, it resembles the apricorn-made Pokeballs of the time period. Both appear to be made of a grainy, wood-like substance with a glossy surface and a hole on top. Despite its resemblance to a Pokeball, it can be inferred that Hisuian Voltorb's existence predates the device's invention, as evidenced by the fact that the ancient hero of Hisui legend had an Electrode companion, which would become the ancestor of the region's noble Electrode. So what does this all mean? Well, we don't really know actually, at least in terms of the Pokemon world we don't. I suspect that Voltorb existed in the Hisuian form for many years naturally. It is the full personification of a seed and photosynthesis to create energy. Eventually, though, if they are spawned from apricots, similar to how Mexican jumping beans work, then, with the excessive use of apricots, it lost its original home that it would reside in. It wouldn't be until hundreds of years later that the modern Pokeball would be created, and when those were abandoned in labs, these unknown initial Pokemon found refuge instinctively within them and are born again once more, big quotation marks around born again. I say this because there was the huge rumor that Pokeballs were brought to life in a lab accident as Voltorb, but that has actually been proven to be untrue. At least, relatively proven. I suspect there's some level of truth to it, as there is with every Pokemon Dex entry, even their myths, as they allude to what the truth might be. That is just my hypothesis, though. Alternatively, the original Voltorb line, the Hisuian form, went extinct, which is boring, but a possible hypothesis if we want to talk about convergent evolution, which, like, actual convergent evolution, external factors making two very unrelated species actually have the same external, or even internal to some capacity, abilities, factors, or appearance for that matter. Hisuian Voltorb can store electric currents in its belly, which it discharges all at once from its hole. That is a quote. I did not write that myself. That is not my fault. Unlike Cantonian Voltorb, Hisuian Voltorb have friendly and excitable temperaments, which leads them to cluster around people, causing them to be a nuisance when they discharge big zappy zappy to groups of people. It is known to let out a great uproarious laugh anytime it discharges, and there are stories of people temporarily plugging the holes of Hisuian Voltorb to prevent them from discharging before removing them from their settlements. I don't know why, but I half imagine that if they were to just it out, it would be a much larger discharge. I don't think people are surviving unplugging it. Now, it is seen in Paldea during the rare mass outbreak events. I don't know if that is just simply the game being the game and giving you these Pokemon so that way you can put them in Pokemon Home or whatever you're going to do with them, or if it's like Terapagos' influence on time or what. There's a lot more to expand on there. I don't know. Maybe in the Pokemon anime, Terapagos will be like, haha, we found where all of my family is. Oh, by the way, here's all of the Pokemon of the past, even though Hisui is Sinnoh. I mean, you can get Voltorb in Paldea, so it would make sense that the quote-unquote Hisuian form could potentially exist in the past on these lands. When enraged, Hisuian Electrode can unleash an electrical current equivalent to about 20 lightning bolts. It can absorb and store chlorophyll energy along with electricity, and Electrode can release this energy through the hole on its lower half. It can also climb up trees. When something that doesn't have arms or legs can climb trees, you don't mess with it. snakes are on that list. Yet snakes can at least wiggle their way up. They do not compare to a rolling ball. And sure, you can claim that it has grooves, but that is only on one side of its body. The other half is glossy. You can hear that anytime that you try and touch it. I have no idea if my mic picked that up. Whether it did or didn't, I'm embarrassing myself by keeping it on there. There is nothing you can do about it, and there's nothing future editing Krillix can do about it either. Either way, it doesn't clear the behavior that this Pokemon has. When we look at inspirations, it may also be based on traditional Japanese fireworks. They are spherical in shape, with shells made of paper mache. Charges inside of that are often made with rice husks and a hole where the fuse goes. This can be seen in the TCG trading card game and its statue at the Temple of Sinnoh, which all depicted emitting blasts from the hole on its bottom to launch itself in the air, similar to a firework. So, yeah, little ball firework guy. Alternatively, though, we also have many seeds from Voltorb, which may reference seed balls, also known as a seed bomb, which is also a move in the Pokemon games. These are made by rolling various seeds with clay to form a ball. The seed ball is then planted or thrown into the ground when vegetation is sparse, so that way the seeds will germinate and grow. So either way, we have an explosive little friend on our hands, but hey, at least they're happy about it. And I do like them more than the Cottonee and Voltorb, I have to at least admit. Moving on to the group of seeds that are coconuts that look like eggs, we have Exeggutor. Exeggutor gather in swarms of 6. The heads communicate with each other by using a form of telepathy that only they can understand. Should the number of Exeggutor be reduced to less than 6, the remaining Exeggutor will attempt to replace it with a similarly sized Pokemon as seen in the Pikachu short Pikachu's Rescue Adventure. It needs 6 Exeggutor in order to stay balanced, or else it becomes nervous and cowardly. I will never get over that fact because it just shows that Exeggutor can be a singular Pokemon, or it can be a group. It doesn't even technically have to only be Exeggutor for that matter. You could have a mob of 5 other Pokemon that have either an incredible overbearing like parental instinct for this one egg and are just posing as its family. Give me the movie about a lone Exeggutor that was adopted by this new family, and it's straight up a gang of Pokemon. It is in with the mob. Give me that story. Now, Pidgeotto and Crabrawler are also natural predators of this Pokemon, which it can actually chase off with psychokinesis. Exeggutor inhabits jungles and forests, and in the Alola region, they tend to be heavier than those from elsewhere. This is due to their shells actually being packed full. The idea that being packed full might mean that they are full of nutrients, and they are said to originate from Alola, meaning that they get to have the full dietary nutrition they need from the soil, sun, and more to reach their full potential. Though, stunted short by its environment, elsewhere we get Exeggutor, Cantonian version technically. Exeggutor's heads think independently and don't appear to be interested in one another, so it makes a lot of noise as each head speaks its mind. I would lose my sanity a lot faster if I had 2 others attached to my body constantly thinking their own thoughts. They never actually squabble though, or at least they don't appear to, as they actually get along amongst themselves. If all the heads want to go in a different direction, the body is unable to move. They are able to communicate telepathically as well, and sometimes use it to come to a joint decision. It does use its psychic powers to fight, and since all 3 heads are capable, its power is then tripled in output. If one of these heads grows too large, it actually falls off and groups together with others to become another Exeggutor. So they just kind of continue the cycle. Again, they're just coconuts that... Wait, no, hold on. They can mate, right? So how does that work? Because the fruiting body also falls off, becomes a Pokemon, then grows into a new one with a group. But then the number of Exeggutor never change unless they mate. Because they don't seem to have flowering bodies. They are just the fruit. Oh no. How this species stays alive, I'll never know. They can mate, and we're gonna move on. In the Pokemon This Series episode, The March of the Exeggutor Squad, Exeggutor also has been seen in groups of its own kind, meaning that it is not solitary. Exeggutor has been referred to as the walking tropical rainforest or the walking jungle. It can be sluggish during cloudy days due to a lack of sunlight, and being the result of an evolutionary stone, it is rarely found in the wild, as we keep saying, though they can be found in forests and jungles. Now, in real life, there is the walking palm, which may have inspired the creation of this Pokemon. It even reaches some pretty physically disproportionate heights. The legs are incredibly creepy, though, and no, it didn't actually walk. People of the past just assumed that it did with the way that it looked, and there was kind of like this weird hysteria where they actually believed it was moving at points in time. Now, this palm was actually referenced or talked about in the book Plants of Sapiens, and another palm in which people prayed to. Basically, there was a palm that during the day would slowly droop down towards the ground and then lay down on it with its roots in the ground still in place. But as the moon rose back up and night came, so did the palm, and it would stand straight up as if nothing had ever happened, not breaking, not dying, nothing. And this would happen day in and day out, and you could see it happen. People recorded it, people documented it, and eventually people looking at plants started to pray to it. Now, the problem with plants, and talking about them if you are not interested in plants, is that they can be initially incredibly boring, mainly because of something we call plant blindness. It is a case in which plants do not move very often, and things that do not move very often are subject to the background noise that we, as animals trying to survive, do not have to worry about. So, they just get ignored. I have plants. I love my plants. I love the grass-type Pokemon. They are not my favorite type. But, nevertheless, here we are with this video. And when you have a palm that is seemingly praying, doing something abnormal, visually actually doing something we can notice, then people kind of lose their freaking minds. As such, people started to think that this palm was a messenger from the gods, here to, relay some sort of message, to tell us what to do something, when in fact, after scientists looked into it, what would happen is like the bark and the internals of this tree were a little more hollow. As such, it would take in water as much as it could, and when daytime happened, the sun beating down upon it and it got hot, it would start to evaporate or perspirate some of this water from within it. In doing so, it loses its rigidity and becomes a little more floppy. And, well, what does it do? It starts to lay down, looking like it's praying. Then, as the day cools down and it still continues to collect water, the rigidity of its frame comes back, and it begins to stand straight up again. There is no higher being trying to communicate with us through this palm tree. It's just a natural thing that's just happening because of water. Now, there are a number of other noted inspirations that come together here for Exeggutor, from coconut trees to desert palm trees, or even the yokai Nimenju that grows ever-smiling human heads. Now, I typically wouldn't talk about the Nimenju, but it's a little too obvious, and it too is a plant, so let's discuss it. The Nimenju is a strange tree which bears flowers looking like human heads. These heads cannot speak, but they do smile and even laugh. In the autumn, they bear face-shaped fruit which tastes sweet and sour. Thank you, yokai.com, for everything you've ever allowed me to read from you. They also fall off if they laugh too hard, which can happen if you laugh at the tree. So you laugh at it, it laughs at you, you laugh at it, it laughs harder, and then out falls the tree. Or out falls a coconut, I guess, a head. I do not like that. Now, when we get this bad boy back into the native lands of Alola, it shoots for the stars with an ever-elongating neck. Alolan Exeggutor grows an extra head on its tail as it grows taller. This extra head can also act on its own and defend the rear. The tail can use weak telepathy to scan their surrounding area. Its long neck can be used as a whip to attack enemies with its hard head. However, its neck can also be a weak point, as it will become dizzy after swinging around too much. Its increased height reduced its need for a psychic defense and has instead awakened its draconic powers, resulting in its psychic powers becoming weaker. Ancient carvings and murals depict this Pokemon, and it is considered the pride of Alola by its natives. Alolans even take pride in its appearance further, claiming that this is what Exeggutor ought to look like. Its extra height makes it the tallest and heaviest grass-type Pokemon. When we look at the draconic nature of this Pokemon, we do get references to Coco, a dragon that shares its name inspirations from coconuts, and the Dracana Draco, which, I mean, Draco, pretty straightforward in terms of, it's a plant also. And I will say it a million times, Alolan variants just do not miss. I love every single one of them, and Exeggutor is so goofy. He's a happy boy. Now, as per note, they will actively compete for more sunlight as they grow taller, which plants will do anyway, but it goes against that familial bond kind of things we were talking about earlier with plants of the same species. They adjust how they grow to outcompete other plants in the area, get more sunlight, dig their roots deeper for more water and nutrients, so on and so forth. Time for a mass of vines that has an unknown creature beneath it as we talk about Tangela. Tangela can ensnare and entangle anything that moves too close to it with its vines. The vines constantly jiggle and sway, unnerving enemies and causing a tickling sensation if ensnared. Please never let me do that again. I'm never moving my fingers ever like that again. If I ever say tickled, that felt awful. Tangela's vines will snap off easily and painlessly if the target pulls on them, so the target just kind of gets to easily escape. Those same vines apparently have a refreshing flavor and scent, so even prey, I feel like, would be enticed to come in, eat it, and have little to no risk in getting away. In Galar, the vines are used as herbs, and they are typically found in temperate grasslands, known to be swinging on tree branches with its vines. The vines are also compared to seaweed in the Pokédex, and I will note Tangela's proclivity to reach up for something, grab it, and wrap its vines around it is actually something we see in real life. For example, a bean plant is talked about in the book, and what it will do is it'll kind of grow, and its vine will kind of come out, and then it'll start waving around in a circle, searching, continuing to grow. Every movement is just more growth for this plant. And so the circle gets larger and larger, and they start to realize that the pattern is very much like that of a helix. Now, as it continues to do so, what it's doing is it's reaching for something to climb, because if it can reach it, knowing that it can't just go straight up, it doesn't have the rigidity and the sturdiness to actually do so, it has to wrap itself around a pole in order to get to a higher place to absorb the sunlight it needs to continue growing in case there is competition. There are plenty of other plants that do this, and actually a plant I will talk about later, the daughter plant, is kind of scary when it does so, because you'll see plenty of them swinging at the same time as they infest, or rather be a parasite, of multiple plants and then continue to spread and multiply. Now, what's very interesting about this is that at one point, it gets close enough to the pole but still misses it. And as this bean plant arcs around, at one point, instead of continuing the arc, it goes straight for the pole. Straight on! Doesn't finish the arc. It's almost as if it knew exactly where the pole was, shot straight across, halfway down this circle, and hits the pole, wraps around it, and starts growing up it. And if you don't think that that is the tightest shit, I don't know what to say to you. I don't, because that is probably one of the best pieces of information to show that plants can perceive their environments. Now, while there are a lot of comparisons available to our Tangela here because of the vines, I would like to point you towards what I think would be the best potential, which is the kudzu vine. A plant that grows so fast that you could literally watch it grow as it grows 1 foot per day. Now, since these plants can grow incredibly well, it is a vine, and what they did in the past was they're like, oh, you need shade? Slap it on top of your housing. Let it be a natural shading for you. It'll just keep growing. You can cut it off, and you can put it somewhere else without any issues or worries whatsoever. Well, it then proceeded to grow, and despite cutting it back over and over again, it's kind of a monster. Now, it's not the kind of monster that they like to make it seem, where it's like, oh, it's grabbing people and children, and you're never seeing them again. But at the same time, it is growing at such an incredible rate. It's kind of apt to just never stop and grow infinitely. It is, by all means, an invasive species that you'd have to do a ridiculous amount of stuff, for lack of a better word or term, in order to actually push this thing back and eliminate it. Now, it is a massive problem, by all means. Invasive species in general are, because they have nothing that will try to eat them, which means they can just continue to take from the environment and continue to grow. But, you know, while that is kind of scary, let's let Tangela grow and see what we can do as we talk about Tangrowth. It is unfazed if one of its arms is broken off. Just goodbye. I don't need that ligament anymore. But the main reason that it doesn't care is that it just easily grows back. It hunts by disguising itself as a shrub, then grabbing prey with its vine. Sorry, I know I shouldn't cut myself off in the middle of a sentence here, but now all I can think of is the scene from Team 4 Star's Dragon Ball Z Abridged, where Piccolo just rips off his arm, and Goku just goes, no, wait, you're supposed to let it stay, it gets better. Like, that's what I imagine with Tangrowth now. It just rips off its arm if it's decaying. Everyone freaks out. What are you doing? You're not supposed to do that. And then it just grows back. Tangrowth, again, does hunt by disguising itself as a shrub and grabbing prey with its vines. However, it has been known to actually eat fruit as well. So we have an omnivore here. It can extend its arms as much as it wants, and predators like to eat Tangrowth's vines in return. When the climate is warm, its vine growth is accelerated to the point where not even its eyes can be seen. If its vines grow too long, it shortens them by tearing bits off. It just played in my head again. Rapid growth and no feeling from pain whatsoever from these vines being ripped apart. In this case, once again, we have a Pokemon that I would like to claim is quite separate from the plants itself. They have this sort of symbiotic relationship going on, as it is providing protection for the plants, and the plants are providing some level of protection for it, or even providing nutrients to each other. I would not be surprised if any vines ripped off find their way to another Tangela as they continue to live. If you cut off vines just the right way, I mean, if they're wild, that makes it harder, but if you cut things just the right way, you place them in water, roots will grow out. Hold on, I have a perfect example of this. So I got this plant as a gift from my significant other's sister. And what she did, she cut it and placed it into water. And you can see here, well, you can see there, that there are roots growing out. As they grow out, this is now able to be planted in a proper pot of water. If I am an idiot and I wait too long, then this plant will lose these roots, or these roots will get too soft and they will die. Otherwise, if you just simply do this the right way with almost any plant, get the roots out, so on and so forth, then you can replant it. What's probably happening is these plants, or these vines, may be attaching themselves to what the true Tangela or Tangrowth is, letting the roots go into its body, and they are acting as a sort of, again, symbiosis with each other. Now, I'm gonna go put this plant down, but it was like the perfect example of like what I needed to talk about. I'm very happy about that. By the way, that process is pretty much just called propagation. Highly recommend looking it up if you want to learn more about that. Now, of course, there are other inspirations regarding this line of Pokemon, but those are more like the Swamp Thing or the Green Man. The former Swamp Thing being a mass of vines disguising a human skeleton, while the former, the green man, is a face surrounded by leaves and vines. Both are pretty fitting in terms of physical characteristics, but I do truly believe that we have a kudzu plant around here for our Pokemon. We've hit Generation 2 finally, and who better to start us off than Chikorita, my very first Pokemon that I ever played with when I played Pokemon Crystal when I was but a baby Krillix, and thanks to the Pokemon Heart Gold solo run that I did, highly recommend checking that out. That was old Krillix, like a year ago at this point. But thanks to that, we have our Chikorita named Horseradish. And I'm gonna hold Horseradish during this. Thank you, Horseradish. A soothing aroma wafts from the leaf, which can calm battling Pokemon. The leaf is also used to sense temperature and humidity. Chikorita actively seeks out and enjoys warmth, or rather the sun's warmth in specific. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Chikorita uses a leaf to search for the coziest place to sleep in. So it kind of just, I guess, sticks a leaf out, points it around a little bit, and it's like, oh, this is great, and then decides to actually sleep there. Chikorita can be seen relaxing as it sleeps due to finding that great spot. It can be found in grasslands, and it has a very docile nature. Now, in visual, it can be compared to the Belgian endive, and its name may derive from chicory, a flowering plant. Chikorita is also the only one from the Space World demo to actually make it out into the main games. The other two being Honoguma and Kurusu. And I'm not gonna lie, I would fight for Kurusu to be brought into our world. I would fight a god from any JRPG. I don't care what level I am, I will cheese it. Now, this leads us to something very interesting, as we see Monja and Jaranya, both being very reminiscent of Tangela when we look at other sprites from the Space World demo. There are actually a lot of Pokemon from that demo that can be talked about in detail, and kinda honestly sounds like a fun little thing to do to me. So, I mean, it was the demo game that started me on this path, since Crystal was my first Pokemon game, and it would be a treat to kind of dig into. In which case, I'll actually just not mention anything else from the Space World demo, and save all of that for another day if you would like to see that. Alright, let's put you back, buddy. As we look at Bayleaf, inside the leaves around its neck are small tree shoots. The aroma wafting from the leaves around its neck has a spicy scent, and has various beneficial effects on those who inhale it. I'm keeping that in. That wasn't supposed to happen. That inhale it. The fragrance has a combination of energizing, stimulating, and healing effects. It's interesting that the tree shoots are growing from the neck of Bayleaf, and that is usually a sign of stress, so let's take a tangent. Ephemeral roots are something that comes out from a tree that has already, let's say, grown quite a bit. Branches that actually appear lower on the tree than where it's growing above. This is usually due to a sort of stress, or because the tree is just generally dying. This is something that you would see very often with the ash borer due to it infesting ash trees. I cannot explain to you how many times I've gone by these diamond bark trees, and I can see at the very base of the tree they have these small ephemeral roots, which make no sense for them to be growing down low, because that makes them easier to eat from any predator species. I say predator, I really mean any herbivores. So, it's doing so out of the idea that it can keep itself alive by changing where it's growing, when in reality, it's already too late. If the ash borer is in there and the tree is already showing signs that it has an ash borer in its bark, technically between the bark and the tree itself, because that's where the eggs are laid, and then they kind of eat everything up, and then they kind of boom, then the tree is already dead. And there's nothing to be done about it at that point. You can just simply cut it down, burn it, and call it a life. So, what could be causing the stress that Bayleaf is feeling? Well, the scent it emits can perk people up, make them feel energized, or potentially even make them feel like they want to fight, or obviously, I mean, the last one is just make them feel happy. This might actually be the case where the plant has decided that it would rather shift its resources towards developing new organs as well, rather than continuing to support the bay laurel leaf it has on its head. And that is exactly what happens as we get Meganium. As a small note though, in the Pokemon Gold and Silver Space World 97 demo, Bayleaf was instead a different designed Pokemon known as Hanamogura. It is seemingly based on moles, which use the kanji meaning Earth Dragon Mogura, thus being a mole that blossoms into a dragon. The antennae from this design persists in Meganium's final design. So we might actually get another Mega, and I would love for Meganium to be Grass Fairy, as everybody keeps claiming and wanting for it to be, but it might get the dragon treatment, and unless it goes to Torterra, I mean, I guess I wouldn't complain about that either, but I don't know what typing it would end up with at that point. Grass Steel? Is that a thing? Look, all I'm just saying is my baby needs redemption, please. Everyone dislikes her because of her move pool, which, I'm sorry, it's pretty atrocious. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty bad. But we beat the Elite Four together, so it can't be that bad. With Meganium, its petals release an aroma that calms aggressive feelings, and its breath has the power to revive dead grass and plants. Its soothing regenerative powers can even affect those who stand nearby it. It tends to be very docile and is portrayed as a peacemaker. Again, you belong in the fairy typing. The fragrance given off by the flower soothes and calms emotions of any Pokemon fighting near it, and it seems to be a mix of the Titan Arum, Geranium, and the Daylily due to its petal shape. Ruffle. Honestly, all in all, this Pokemon and its line is just aromatherapy dinosaur, giving off scents to improve mood and vitality where it can. It's like, let me attach hippie, earthbound aromatherapy dinosaur. There you go. With the next line, we hop, skip, and jump through the stages of life of the Dandelion. Except this one flies through the air as we have the Hoppip line. Hoppip's body is very light and is easily lifted off the ground by winds and will drift in the air. Hoppip can sense approaching strong winds, and in order to avoid being blown away, it clusters together and links leaves with other Hoppip, or grips the ground firmly with its feet. However, it enjoys gentle breezes. Hoppip tends to be carried by the winds across vast distances, and thus can be found all over the world except in cold regions. It lives in temperate grasslands, fields, mountains, and even urban environments. We've also learned very quickly through my regional ecology series that Hoppip really is unfortunately the bottom rung. No real control over its life, it just gets to be eaten by everything that is interested in doing so, but at least it gets to look like a cute little cat plant thing. Skip Bloom spreads its petals to absorb as much sunlight as possible. The bloom on top of its head opens and closes as the temperature fluctuates and its flower blossoms when the temperature rises above 64 degrees Fahrenheit or 18 degrees Celsius. Because of this, it is sometimes used as a thermometer, which is really cool. There's a whole episode in which these Pokemon are actually used to, or at least like this line of Pokemon are used to help understand weather patterns, and they're a perfect species if we only had them in real life to do so. But wait, it's almost like we do have exactly that in Dandelions or other seeds that float through the air. They're not perfect, but they allow us to get a sense of patterns throughout years. Now, it does float in the air to try to get closer to the sun, but closes its flower and immediately hides under the shade of a tree when it rains. If the weather gets too cold, Skiploom will fly away and migrate to warmer regions so that way it can photosynthesize. So, this is technically something that plants will do to some capacity. Plants will release themselves or land in areas that they determine will be better for them in terms of nutrients, wetness of soil, sunlight levels, you name it. Even their roots are able to just continue to grow and avoid obstacles long before they could even or would even actually reach them, denoting some understanding of the world around them further. Also, to explain what I meant by release themselves, I mean like release seeds, for example. Like with Dandelions, they're not going to just let their seeds off at the lightest breeze, there has to be a certain level of wind to then make them send their seeds off. Some people claim to be able to determine a Skiploom's birth location by the scent coming off of its flower. It lives in temperate grasslands, and as seen in the games, the bloom on its head can turn clockwise. Now, many flowers are sun worshippers after all, sunflowers being one for example, and many of those that decide to praise the sun will turn well before the sun will rise, or close their body up when they know the sun is setting, all to preserve warmth and maximize sunlight exposure. Now, after all the troubles of not being able to control its own flight patterns, it finally achieves to the greatest degree of control with Jumpluff. The puffs it has can produce cotton spores that Jumpluff can use to float in the air and control its flight even in a hurricane. I don't know if they're testing that in every level of hurricane or anything like that, but I would love to see it be able to do so in a full EF5 tornado. Jumpluff drifts on seasonal winds and can use its spores to masterfully maneuver itself around the globe. It will spread cotton spores as it floats around to create offspring, and inhaling these spores may cause coughs and itchiness. It descends if it encounters cold air currents while it is floating. Though it spends a good amount of time in the air, it is commonly sighted above open temperate grasslands. Once Jumpluff does run out of its cotton spores though, its journey and its life reaches its end. And that is not me waxing poetic, that is actually like a natural way in which a Pokemon passes away. Not by age, not by battle, but through natural life itself. Which brings me to an important detail that we've kind of been seeing time and time and again with these Pokemon. They aren't really evolving, they're just growing. Yes, I know some Pokemon do just grow, but when you evolve, or rather when these Pokemon go through like their metamorphosis, which is what it truly is for like 80% of them, you are getting sudden changes. Meanwhile, with our grass types here, these dramatic transformations aren't just happening, they are slowly occurring. You're seeing a slow color change from one to the next, and or we are seeing colors stay the same while they grow new flowers, while they grow seeds or grow from a seed or whatever it might be. This gives them a natural life cycle, natural stages of life as we would expect plants to have. This could partially be the secret behind what makes grass types. They simply grow into their next form, follow a cycle, and are dependent on the world around them, same as any other plant would be. They absorb sunlight, maybe they have a stomata for gas exchange and water loss, or maybe they just simply have control over plants beyond their own body. After all, once again, the hoppip line really is just a dandelion or even a cottonweed growing and passing after it spreads its seeds. Meanwhile, Pokemon we'll talk about later on are less plants and more just, again, have dominion over plants, their growth, and more. Sunkern is known to be very weak. Aware of its weakness, it only feeds until it evolves. However, it feeds on only the dew from under the leaves of plants. It tries to move as little as possible since it tries to conserve all the nutrients it has stored in its body for evolution. If attacked by predators such as Spearow, it shakes its leaves at the attacker. Sunkern occasionally falls from the sky on early mornings for unknown reasons, and a year after a cold summer, the population of Sunkern explodes. So let's get into this to try and explain some of this weird phenomena going on. There is some truth to it, as sunflower seeds are resistant to cold to the point of -3 degrees Celsius, and since Fortana seeds state that each head can release 500 to 1,000 seeds over their lifespan, which is not incredibly long since they can't actually survive the winter frost, they just kind of die after that. As for why they fall from the sky on such early mornings, my speculation is this: they are likely no longer in the dark of night where they are potentially the safest despite their coloration. In addition, the vantage point in the sky gives them the ability to see the exact moment the sun will rise, and can get a few rays earlier than they would if they were strictly on the ground. Think of it this way. If a bunch of mice are moving around at night, your best bet is to stay in the air. Sunkern's colors are yellow and like a dark brown, technically black, whichever one you might actually see. As such, it has some level or ability of camouflage both day or night. It's just not going to be perfect at either. It's because of this, they have to kind of weigh the risk and reward of staying in the air and the cost of energy of doing so while avoiding predators as they absorb what extra sunlight they can. As it evolves into Sunflora, it converts sunlight into nutrition. What a shocker. Because of this, it tends to pursue sunlight and is always looking in the direction of the sun. While the sun is up, it moves around in a hectic manner, and when the sun sets, it comes to a complete stop and closes its petals. In addition to sunlight, Sunflora needs plenty of water. It is rarely seen in the wild, but can sometimes be seen in temperate grassy meadows, and hey, thank you Pokemon for just literally making a living, normal sunflower. Now, I've mentioned this before, but Sunkern Sunflora was the first moment in young Krillix life where he started to look at stats and information regarding Pokemon, because I learned that I could get Sunkern up to a certain level, and it would learn Solar Beam before it would as Sunflora. I think it was like maybe a 3 or 4 level difference, but that was when they're in like, what, their 40s or 50s in terms of level. I have not looked at it since then. I am not going to look at it. It's a lot funnier to me if I don't. But that was where it all began. Stats, information, digging into it. Yet somehow I never got into competitive Pokemon, and I probably never will. I don't know what it is about me. I'm somebody who loves to boast the amount of information that I understand and share with others, and then be educated in return, but I am not like an inherently competitive person. All in all, that is my weird way of saying thank you to this Pokemon, a Pokemon that is often overlooked and could have been a grass psychic type. Often found in forests, Celebi is a mythical Pokemon known in legend as the voice of the forest. It is able to travel through time and exists simultaneously throughout time. That doesn't mean that it has, it exists in all timelines. Technically it does, but it can have multiple of itself in every timeline. It is literally the corrector of time and space. If you are not supposed to be in this timeline, you are getting put back to your timeline. Now, plant life flourishes wherever Celebi goes. It can heal other Celebi when they are dying, and even restore the flora around the areas to perfect health. It has the ability to heal wounds and can release a telekinetic energy wave to defend itself. So, visually, it is very much like a bulb, but the jokes about it being an onion fairy might actually hold some level of weight here. Reason being is that onions, in fact, are antibacterial. This doesn't necessarily mean that they heal the body as Celebi does, but it can help in the healing process, assuming you have a nice fresh onion and not just one of those moldy ones. Also, fun thing that I was notified of, thank you to Knit, who is part of my community here, it takes 2 years for an onion to really grow. The first year bringing the bulb, and the second year giving the flower. Now, there is far more to cover with Celebi, but I'm not going to cover all of it here. For all of our legendaries or mythicals that might be in this list, I'm going to talk about them briefly, but if you want to know every nitty-gritty, little deep detail possible and more about them, where they come from and how they're related to other legendary or mythical Pokemon, then go check out my legendary mythical Pokemon family tree. On to the next generation. Time for one that might have plant-like qualities, but we can argue is not really a plant, and instead is our protector of forests, jungles, and serves to help protect and revitalize them. The Trico line is here, marking our movement into Generation 3. Trico is rarely found in the wild and is more common in captivity. However, when in the wild, they live inside overgrown forests. It makes its home in tall trees and will attack anyone that comes near its nest. Because of its territorial nature, it is known to be the protector of the forest's trees. Trico is known for its calm and collected personality, and it will never panic under any circumstances, even when faced with a bigger foe. So you might want to claim that it has big dog syndrome here, but it does come with the good territory as we move forward. In addition, Trico are very much based on the leaf-tailed gecko. They are a species of lizard that blends in with plant-like appendages and can also climb up flat surfaces. And because I can, from the Smithsonian Zoo, If disturbed, the leaf-tailed gecko opens its jaws wide, exposing a bright red mouth and emitting a loud distress call that resembles a child's scream. The red underside is very fitting with our Trico line's design as well. Grovile's well-developed muscles make it an expert climber and allow it to leap quickly from branch to branch. It can also camouflage incredibly well with its surroundings, I mean it is green after all, and it is said that they have astounding agility and jumping performance, making it nearly impossible to catch or escape from when going through the jungle. Not a lot to really add on here, especially when you come to middle evolutions for the starter Pokemon. Sceptile is a jungle Pokemon. It has no equals in jungle combat. The seeds on its back, though, contains nutrients which are said to be able to revitalize trees. It is capable of leaping freely from branch to branch, and while it has the ability to slice down thick trees, it is known to care lovingly for the plants in the forest. This Pokemon regulates its body temperature by basking in the sunlight. So it does make a very clear case that it is not photosynthesizing, it is just regulating body temperature, which cold-blooded creatures do. That's why they like their nice rock with a nice sunlight. It's a good perch, it's a good place to warm up, that's all you need. And kind of all brings the whole basking in the sun for energy idea full circle. In other words though, we don't really have a plant here despite it being a grass-type Pokemon. It's a protector of the forest. Those seeds on its back, or the seeds that it does have, especially when you look into its mega form, does resemble the seeds of a yew tree. Those can again be taken off and help regrow the forest since they are packed with nutrients. As we continue through Hoenn, we might find a lily pad moving through the water. If you decide to tap it or move it in any capacity, you might find it has a lot more weight to it as you discover Lotad. The head leaf it has is a natural dirt repellent, and the leaf can stay clean even after transporting Pokemon covered in mud. However, said leaf will wilt if Lotad becomes dehydrated. Its size and weight prevent Lotad from living on land, but on rare occasions, it travels on land in search of clean water. It is known to gather in lakes of good water quality. The lake's surfaces are occasionally covered in Lotad leaves. Now this simply ties in incredibly well with your average water lily, which is sensitive to the quality of water, while also improving water quality by oxygenating the water itself. Oxygenating is incredibly important. It always goes back to that wonderful, wonderful thing of there are 5 fish, 3 of them drown. How many fish do you have? And then the joke was, oh, fish can't drown. Yes, they can. Fish can drown. They need oxygen. Shut up. That joke will forever be in my head because it bothers me. It bothers me so much. They need oxygen. That's the whole point. You oxygenate the water. I'm going to get off of my soapbox, and we're going to continue talking about Pokemon. According to LaboratoryNetwork.com, these lilies have also been shown to absorb great quantities of heavy poisonous metals through their leaves and roots. Legends ZA, you are supposed to be a city that is testing the ability of people and Pokemon to cooperatively live within the same housing or land. If there is not a single Lotad in that city, there is a problem. Cooperative Pokemon that help the environment, help Pokemon, help people, and in turn can be helped by people. Now, as we move away from Lotad and evolve through this line, it feels as though it begins to rely less and less on its grass typing and plant DNA as a primary source of living, and more on its animalistic and musical side. Lombre is a nocturnal Pokemon that sleeps on a bed of watergrass during the day. It is very mischievous and will tug on fishing lines from underwater and pop out to startle people. It's probably just protecting its territory without being overly aggressive, while also protecting other Pokemon in the area that it's made friends with. We are just seeing it as mischievous because of our perspective. Now, it does feed on aquatic moss that grows on rocks in the riverbed, and it prefers living in waterfronts that contain plenty of food. It tends to become nocturnal to avoid competition with bird Pokemon. Now, just because it's competing with bird Pokemon for food doesn't necessarily mean that it is inherently eating other Pokemon. It might just be going after seeds, other plants. Maybe it's going after a bug or two, but that's a little shaky. Again, if you want information on that and its diet even further, go check out my Hoenn ecology video that dropped in this last week. Lombre also leans more towards its yokai side, as it looks more similar to the Kappa, which love to eat cucumbers or human entrails, which we are very lucky that our Lombre here does not eat. And then we have the potential infinite energy source in Ludicolo. Ludicolo becomes more powerful when it hears festive music and will appear near laughing children on hikes. The reason is due to structures in Ludicolo's body that can produce energy when hit by sound waves with a cheerful rhythm. So, happy music, hit Pokemon, energy creation. As it becomes more energetic and active, it will break into a dance. This allows Ludicolo to face enemies without fear. Being the result of evolution via another evolution stone, is rarely found in the wild and can be found by the water's edge if it is ever found there. Now, whatever, who cares? I'm putting that off to the side. You know, Chairman Rose, take notes about what I'm about to say, okay? Get a Ludicolo, get packs of Ludicolo, stand them together, go ahead and slap down some toxicity around those Ludicolo, get them strumming, get them going, get them just jamming away. We're going to talk about Maractus later. Get a bunch of Maractus in there as well, make them shake a shake, all that they want, doesn't matter. Make some cheerful freaking music. If you need to, get some Loudred in here and just hook up the amp to the freaking Loudred to amplify the sound further, so that way you can make more Ludicolo dance. They're going to be happy. They get more energy. There's nothing cruel about it because you are giving them energy. It makes them happy. It rejuvenates them. It makes them dance. And then they continue to get energy. Then you take those Ludicolo and then you place them into an area where they can create some type of motion that then moves something else to then produce energy. Think of it like hydroelectricity, except it's Ludicolo. Then, from there, all you have to do is have a constant block party available for this Pokemon, rotate your music players, but guess what? Those music players will keep coming back because they get to play music, you could have food festivals there, you could have so much. It would be a massive source of income, and it would solve energy crisis issues to some capacity, probably providing about 15 to 25% of the energy needed for the entire region. Make it work. Not that hard. I digress though, as we're going to talk about another grass type here, who would have guessed, in Seedot. It has a gray cap with a short stem on top of its head. The stem is used to hang from tree branches in its forest home, and while hanging, this Pokemon absorbs moisture and nutrients from the tree until it becomes too heavy and falls to the ground. The more it drinks, the glossier its body becomes. Additionally, Seedot polishes itself with its leaves once daily. If it remains still, it can be mistaken for a nut and startle others by moving suddenly. It also uses this strategy to be taken by bird Pokemon to expand on its habitat. I feel sorry for the people who just watched the Hoenn ecology video because I'm about to talk about the same things that I talked about there for the most part. It looks like a nut, more like an acorn, but it isn't quite a nut, apparently. Though we may be reading too much into this and shouldn't take that at verbatim, otherwise it's just expanding as it evolves into its next two forms. It is also parasitic in nature, which is not unheard of, and we've talked about previously as we looked at the daughter plant, which does kind of grow and move and then stab into plants to rip nutrients from within them, draining them of nutrients. Then it proceeds to multiply, get other nutrients from other plants, and multiply even faster, further, as they continue to whip around in the air searching for their next prey. Also, it is very important to note, it is shining itself because it is actively trying to be eaten, or at least be carried away. Because when you look at certain plants like peppers, their capsaicin within their seeds affect you, me, dogs, cats, mammals, whatever, you name it. But they do not affect birds. They do not process spice like we do. As such, they get a nice sweet treat in a pepper. And the pepper being eaten, having reached its full maturity as a fruit, gets to have its seeds spread around, and the plant stays here until it eventually dies, but now there are hundreds of seeds being pooped out all over the lands, and they too will continue their line of blood. As Seedot evolves into Nuzleaf, it uses the leaf on its head as a flute. It makes music with leaves that create a sense of unease in people. However, it can also play comforting melodies. It lives in tropical forests, is skilled at climbing, but will come out of the forest to frighten people. It uses a sound similar to a grass tune to warn wandering intruders. So, again, we have a Pokemon that grew from its initial state, almost as though the acorn encasing was exactly that. More of an encasing or chrysalis of sorts, or really just a seed that starts growing, I suppose, though its potential origins of the next Pokemon start to skew away from it being a plant and more like a creature with plant-like powers. They also serve as protectors of the forest, drawing power likely from the forest itself, kind of like a dryad. Now, the reason for it all is because they do take inspiration from Pan, the Greek god of nature, known for playing reed pipes, and even the Tengu yokai, which were banished from the heavens after stealing from their god. They were supposed to be beautiful with fantastic wings, beautiful voices, and everything. And I mean, if you play D&D, that's where the Kenku come from. Those are the same origin stories. And since they decided to steal from their god for whatever reason, they lost their wings, lost their singing voices. In terms of the Kenku, they lost their voices in general. And then they were banished to the lands below, now residing on Earth, and in some stories they have no real memory as to why this is the case. And yet, there are other fantastical creatures that can fly. They have these bodies that should be able to, but they simply can't. And so, the Tengu just suffer, basically, for what they've done in their past life. Shiftry is a wicked, mysterious, and very rare Pokemon that lives atop ancient trees in deep tropical forests. It arrives with freezing winds and is feared by people as the guardian of the forest. It is said that when Shiftry does this, the winter season will arrive. It can read the opponent's mind and then take preemptive action. In the Pokemon the series Ruby and Sapphire episode Jump for Joy, it was shown to lead large groups of Seedot and Nuzleaf. Folklore states that Shiftry was once an evil bird Pokemon before its wings and beak were replaced as punishment for its misdemeanor. It would be very interesting to see if we ever get a game that allows us to go very, very, very far into the past and actually see this folklore if it is actually true or not, allowing us to gaze upon the original birdie form of Shiftry. Regional variants, past variants, I don't know. Paradox form could have been one. It would have been a pretty cool one. Either way, though, while its body seems to be encased in bark, it is growing something on its back, kind of on its face, into its back of its head, and on down its back. Looking into it further, what I deduce it could be is either Spanish moss or reindeer lichen. Both can grow in hot and cold environments, and they grow on bark, but this is simply a speculation I have. Now, they do, as a species, have chlorophyll as an ability, despite never mentioning that they perform photosynthesis and are rather creatures that draw nutrients from other sources. So, at least with chlorophyll, they are absorbing sunlight for energy, and that makes it a little bit easier to determine that they are actually living, conscious plants. This next duo are quite literally the mushroom Pokemon, making them fungus rather than plants. When it senses danger, Shroomish shakes its body and scatters toxic spores from the top of its head. These spores can make trees and weeds wilt and cause whole body pain if inhaled. These plant Pokemon, every single time someone's like, oh, look at Slugmas, Slugmas terrifying, oh, it will burn the whole planet. No, it won't actually, first off. No, it won't. Second off, the fact that so many grass-type Pokemon can move around and then just release spores and it would kill us, and yet nobody bats an eye is appalling, truly. Shroomish lives in tropical forests, and during the day it hides under fallen leaves in the shade. It eats composted soil in forests, which is made up of fallen, rotten leaves. Who would have guessed, right? Visually, it is very reminiscent of a puffball mushroom, which I do have a story about, so let's take a tangent. So, while in college, we went on trips around to spend our 2-3 weeks in summer identifying 100 plants, memorizing them by whatever qualities we can, so that way when we're introduced to them again, we have to be able to name them and their Latin name. On one day in particular, I remember the second we stepped out and started walking through the edge line of the forest, there were puffball mushrooms this big. And I and one other student lost our minds. We were both so incredibly excited. We both asked, hey, can we pick those? We were told yes. So, that day I did get one this big and then one this size of my fist. Brought them both home. I did actually cook the fist-sized one because we were doing a fundraiser thing. And so, cooked that one up after everyone had their burgers and some of us nature students tried it. It didn't really have flavor, and puffball mushrooms are kind of known for not really having a lot of flavor, so you gotta season them. You gotta set them up in different ways, make them like cauliflower even, or at least how you would season up cauliflower. It's basically soy. Soy is a great example. Something that doesn't have flavor. They're very soft, very spongy, so they could absorb a lot of whatever flavor you throw into them. Though I am not sure, despite them looking like puffballs, if I would actually even remotely try eating these incredibly dangerous spore Pokemon. As it evolves into Breloom, at the end of its tail, there are seed clusters made of hardened, toxic spores that are horrible to eat. I don't know who decided it would be a good idea to try and eat it when we know they are toxic spores, but whatever. Someone had to milk the first cow. It is a little hard to visualize these clusters on real-life mushrooms, but there are plenty of other ways to identify them for being toxic. It is a little difficult considering there are some mushrooms, like some white ones, like the Angel of Death, that looked exactly like other white mushrooms that you can eat. Mind you, the moniker Angel of Death is not just for show. It's not just a stage name. This isn't WWE wrestling, baby. No, that is actually what it will do. It will bring you to heaven, baby. So be careful. Use appropriate professional assistance and mitigate your risks if you are a mushroom forager. Breloom can stretch its short arms to deliver fast punches. Additionally, it has light, springy footwork that allows it to get close to opponents. It's like a boxer. Another way it closes in on its opponents is by simply releasing spores from its cap. Its technique is similar to that, or equal rather, to that of professional boxers, and it prefers to live in tropical forests where it feeds on decomposing trees and plants. I love Breloom. I think it's phenomenal in terms of its design. It is adorable, and it's a freaking boxing mushroom dinosaur. What is there not to love about them? It is also noted that the red nodules are similar to yew trees, while the body structure can be related to that of a kangaroo, more specifically the boxing kangaroo. But the biggest comparison of all pulls from the agaric type mushrooms, more specifically the Phallus induciatus, otherwise known as the bamboo mushroom, which, according to the Ultimate Mushroom Library, is an edible mushroom featured as an ingredient in Chinese hot cuisine. It is used in stir-fries and chicken soups. The mushroom, grown commercially and commonly sold in Asian markets, is rich in protein, carbohydrates, and dietary fiber. The mushroom also contains various bioactive compounds and has antioxidant and antimicrobial properties. Phallus, phallic. There's a reason it's called phallus, okay? Just air that out, okay? But Phallus induciatus has a recorded history of use in Chinese medicine extending back to the 7th century AD and features in Nigerian folklore. It doesn't really tie in that well to our Pokemon here, but it's fun. Also, antioxidants are mostly irrelevant and are being studied further as Harvard is actually starting to wonder if taking supplemental antioxidants may actually be harming the natural process in any way. Your body makes antioxidants. Your body does it all itself. So if you're just buying antioxidants and it's not recommended by a doctor, what are you doing? The next line buds and flowers into beautiful roses fit for competition, starting with the cute bud Deadly Badoo. Badoo keeps its buds closed during cold winter, but opens them again in spring and releases poisonous pollen. Great. The pollen it scatters induces harsh sneezing and runny noses, and is more toxic depending on how clean the water it was fed with was. Badoo's bud beginning to open is seen as the imminent arrival of spring, and it lives near clean pools and ponds, so at least we are lucky. And it is only deadly if we pollute everything, and it does not have clean water. The reason being is it's probably filtering it out and releasing it as the pollen, or combined with the pollen. So, apparently, our grass types dictate how clean the world should be, otherwise they become the Lorax speaking for the trees, and if we chop them down, they'll shoot our knees. Also, it's just a basic rosebud. And yes, planets technically do dictate how, we should keep the planet clean, otherwise we kind of just bleh. With Roselia, it holds a rose in each of its hands. A red one in its right, a blue in its left. However, it is said that it will occasionally have unusually colored flowers. It'd be nice, again, as I've said previously, to have different colors. Its aroma brings serenity, but the thorns on its head contain a vicious poison. The more healthy it is, the more pleasant its flower's aroma. It shoots sharp thorns at anything that tries to steal its flowers and uses different poisons in each hand when it attacks. It lives in grassy areas where it drinks nutrient-rich spring water. Roselia's thorns are used as part of an old tradition, challenging an opponent to a duel by sending out these thorns. So, Roselia is going to attract pollinators while scaring away any Pokemon that would try to injure it or take away its flowers. Pretty simple, and many plants in the world have this exact type of defense mechanism. This is just an over-dramatized version of how real rosens are, considering that they do have thorns themselves. But let's talk about the next level real life extreme, as tomatoes, when bitten by a caterpillar, will start to release a toxin so that when they are bitten by the caterpillar again, it makes the tomato taste bad and makes other caterpillars taste good. In which case, the caterpillars will begin to cannibalize each other, while the tomato then proceeds to send out a signal, its scent, into the world or the surrounding area to warn the other tomatoes to start releasing this same chemical. In which case, all the caterpillars in the area are eating each other alive. So these things aren't entirely out of the norm. It's not impossible to have plants that can do some of these extreme things. If anything, it's more likely that plants are going to do these absolutely insane procedures where animals cannot. As a note, the only place where Roselia is naturally found within the Hoenn region is right between two cities, arguably where the water is actually going to be its cleanest, and it's also the only area where Volbeats and Illumis are found. And lightning bugs, they may just survive, or they don't eat anything at all, they may just survive on pollen and nectar, meaning Roselia is using Volbeat and Illumis to actually pollinate. They have a nice little cooperative thing going on here, and if I never did my ecology series, I, and probably nobody else ever, would have ever known. Now we end this trio with a lovely bouquet full of roses with the showy Roserade. Roserade lures prey with a sweet aroma. The more toxic its poison, the sweeter its aroma becomes. Each hand does have different toxins, but both hands can jab with near deadly power. It says near deadly power, but if you just keep jabbing enough, that's just gonna do the individual in due time. Roserade's right arm contains poisons that act faster, while the left arm contains poisons that act slower. Regardless, its poison can be life-threatening. It attacks with a dancer-like elegance and uses hidden whips covered with poisonous thorns. You are getting hit by it and you are going to suffer. Instead of Rosens, though, its design may actually be based on hellebores, a genus in which many species are poisonous and deceptively are similar to roses, tying into the theme of disguises as it is visually similar to a masquerade ball attendee. Alternatively, The flowers could draw inspiration from hydrangea flowers, which are poisonous and have flowers that grow in clusters and can come in red and blue varieties. As a side, whenever I think of this Pokemon, I always think of the Masked Man from Sailor Moon. The desert in real life is scary enough, but why don't we just take it up a couple of notches and add in Cacnea and Cacturne. Cacnea uses its thorny arms like hammers to attack its opponents, and prior to Gen 5, Needle Arm was its signature move. It is also able to live in deserts for 30 days without any water due to its body being able to store moisture. The beauty and fragrance of its yellow flower depend on the harshness of its environment. This flower releases a strong aroma to attract prey, and when the prey approaches, Cacnea shoots sharp thorns to bring it down. This is truly just your average flowering cactus in the desert, but once again, instead of inviting things in like, say, the cactus friend to live atop of it and be friends and maybe protect it, take care of any parasites, and, you know, who knows, maybe just help spread out pollen to other cacti, it instead just decides to mimic cacti in order to kill. Which brings about another interesting idea. We've talked about this before, but every Pokemon is a type. Grass type, bug type, fire type, water type, blah, 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 blah. But they aren't actually that thing. Bug type Pokemon aren't actually bugs. Ghost type Pokemon aren't actually ghosts. And as we are going through this, we are finding out not every grass type is actually, well, of course, none of them are actually grass. No, there is not a grass Pokemon, technically. Either way, not all grass Pokemon are plants. So, could that be the case for Cacnea here? Could Cacnea simply be attempting to mimic cacti as it grew, and it does have blood, which we'll talk about later, and again is just mimicking cacti in order to improve their chances at capturing prey so it can survive further. Now we do have to be very careful with this train of thought, because then we start to think of Pokemon like the snow cone friend that might be a parasite, when in fact it is known to pre-exist ice cream. It is just actually the icicle, and was said to be born from an icicle that just wished for it not to melt on the hot summer day, or whatever time it was. Also, no shade to pirate software in any sense for that matter. If you know, I mean, that clip has gone around everywhere. I mean, dude is a great streamer, a fantastic guy. So, I mean, and I'll say right here, right now, we need people to think outside the box. You think outside the box, within the lines, and beyond the horizon. That way, you have rules that you're supposed to abide by. You break the rules, find the truth, and go beyond what people could ever expect while finding the actual next truth. Anywho, back to Cacnea here. It is clearly taking advantage of other cacti, mimicking them. Mimicry in general is not unheard of in the plant world. There are false strawberries, which look just like strawberries, but are not, hence the name or nickname, false strawberries, amongst many other things. Actually, there are fruiting bodies that drop seeds that look exactly like the poop of other animals, so that way even dung beetles will pick them up and bury them. And, funny enough, dung beetles always try to bury what they have for their eggs at a consistent level, which is also very, very fortunate and good for the plant that mimics the poop. Now, evolve Cacnea into Cacturne, and the horror show gets real started. It is a nocturnal Pokemon that rarely moves during the day, which allows it to hold moisture. At night, it searches for prey or follows travelers until they become exhausted. Here's the really interesting part. It has lived in deserts for so long that its blood has transformed into sand. It has, or had, blood. I don't believe that Cacnea Cacturne truly was a plant. And we know to some capacity this might be the case, because when Cacnea opens its eyes and closes its eyes, nothing about its outward appearance changes. Only the eyes that are behind the two openings that are on its face. Now, it actively hunts for both people and Pokemon. Starving or dehydrating is terrifying enough if you're going through the desert, especially with vultures above. And now you're telling me I'm going to be slowly stalked by the plant life as well? Fantastic. To round it out, it is very visually similar to the Seguro cactus, and its nocturnal nature makes sense as cacti are known as night, CAM, plants, since their carbon dioxide fixation process occurs during the night. We're going a bit back towards the ancient times as we look at some crinoids through the power of fossil Pokemon, Lilith and Cradily. In ancient times, it lived in warm seas. It waves its tentacles around to disguise itself as seaweed to attract prey, which is swallowed whole after being entangled. It has a tendency to cling to rocks in the seabed and to anchor itself during hunting. Lilith has been extinct for 100 million years, but specimens can be revived from root fossils. I almost got a crinoid fossil. Instead, I decided to get a helix fossil, and you can't see it on the shelf right now because I changed the shelf for the plant video here. And look at all the plant Pokemon, except for Zygarde and Gengar at the top there. Don't worry about that. Now, we'll give it a second, and we're going to get through Cradily before I explain everything here. Because Cradely's heavy body acts as an anchor, preventing it from getting washed away by rough ocean currents. In ancient times, it built its nest in the shallows of warm seas. When the tide went out, it came out on land to search for prey. I don't like that. I feel like I keep saying that, but that's probably because the idea of a plant eating me makes me uncomfortable. Anything eating me makes me uncomfortable. However, though, Cradily cannot move very fast due to its short legs. Instead, it can extend its neck and tentacles by 3 times its usual length, and it then uses its tentacles to capture prey and melts them with strong digestive acidic fluid secreted by the tentacles. It's not pulling you into its mouth, it is simply grabbing you and melting you on the spot. So these crinoids are also called sea lilies, which is how we get the name and visual pun on this pair. In addition, Cradily is more similar to a predatory tunicate, which exists in the modern day. And, again, I've been watching a lot of Blue Planet and Green Planet, and watching them eat is something else. They just kind of open wide, and whatever comes near or close to their mouths, they just, in Muppet-like fashion, and I don't know what about it. It kind of makes them cute. I might not have the best definition of what is cute and adorable. I mean, I've looked at robots and the Great Patu and been like, yeah, that's cute. No! No! Banana, come on, we wanna go. The banana dino is here in the form of Tropius. It possesses large, broad green leaves on its back, which it uses for flight and for sugar production via photosynthesis. Despite being very big and bulky, it is surprisingly maneuverable in air, kind of moving like a helicopter. I really originally thought it would be like a Beyblade, just going as fast as it can through the air as its body just wobbles about, which would look pretty ridiculous. But if it's supporting itself by basically just being a helicopter, sure, that works fine, I guess. Doesn't have the back propeller to stay steady. Oh, it does have a tail, though. Maybe it's fine. Either way, it does have a long neck with a thin black line around it. The neck is used for reaching treetops to gorge on its most favorite fruit. Since it only ate that same exact type of fruit constantly, it eventually just started growing from around its neck. The yellow banana-like fruits can be picked and consumed by other Pokemon and humans, and they grow twice a year because of the rapid production of sugar in Tropius' leaves. Its feet even have toenails the same color as the fruit. And while it explicitly states that it primarily prefers nana berries, especially as they are native to the warm tropical environments, it would be very fun to see starfruit, coconut fruit. It would be fun to see starfruit, coconuts, dragon fruit, literally anything else on this Pokemon. I mean, there are tons of tropical fruits that are available in warm areas. Now, there is a ranch in Alola that raises Tropius, and the fruits there are far sweeter than other regions, and if the TCG has been shown to exist before the time fossil Pokemon went extinct, clearly Tropius, like the alligator, truly is perfect, because even after tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, they have not changed at all. They are evolutionarily perfect. And how could you blame them? The banana dino has slowly grown on me, if that wasn't made abundantly clear. It's also fairly clear that it is a plant because it is eating berries and then growing them on its body somehow. I guess you are what you eat, but I don't even want to get into the science of that right now. Gen 4 time, paving the way with another one of the best grass-type Pokemon of all time, Turtwig. Its body is covered by a brown shell that is composed of earth. The shell has a thick black stripe and a black rim. On a very healthy Turtwig, these shells should feel moist. A small seedling grows on a brown patch on its head, and it will wilt if the Pokemon becomes thirsty. Since it is a plant-based Pokemon, Turtwig usually nourishes itself through photosynthesis. It becomes more energetic when exposed to enough sunlight, and it also drinks water, which hardens its soil-based shell. Very interesting that it does explicitly state that it is plant-based, very directly, but hey, it makes the little sprout turtle easy to categorize as a definitive plant. It also brings a whole new meaning to soft-shell turtle. As Turtwig evolves, it can actually produce different berries or even nuts for others, now becoming Grotle. Grotle can sense where pure water wells are and will carry other Pokemon on its back to these sources, like a good older brother. Each Grotle has a secret place for getting clean spring water. It lives in forests, but leaves during the day to allow more sunlight on its trees. Grotle has also been noted to live near the spring water, and when these berries grow on the trees, they attract some species of Pokemon. These berries are said to be sweet and very delicious. In Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl, they have been shown to produce acorn-like nuts instead. This goes back to plants being able to determine where soil may be most moist. They can expand into favorable territory while pulling back from unfavorable soils if they are careful enough. After all, once again, every bit of movement that they do is through growth and aging. As such, they have to be careful. As they develop, have to make sure they are using all of their resources and energy appropriately, because if they make the wrong choice, it may be the end of them. They are not like us. When we mess up, we can move, we can do new things, we can leave and find new places to start over. For them, any and every decision needs to be made carefully, because they may only have one shot at living. The continent Pokemon takes up our last form as Torterra. Its large and clean shell supports the lives of many small Pokemon, which occasionally gather and build their nests upon the shell. Some are even born and spend their entire lives there. I'd expect that to primarily be Pokemon like Pachirisu, for example, are rodent-based Pokemon. Torterra migrates in groups, searching for clean water, creating the illusion of moving forests. However, it is typically immobile. It is believed to possess unmatched physical strength, and ancient people believed the ground contained a gigantic Torterra living underneath. That last part is portrayed beautifully in the Pokemon Detective Pikachu movie, which may be one of my favorite parts in the entire movie. Good movie, by the way. If you haven't watched it, highly recommend it. I think it was like the very beginning of most game movies being at least decent, if not good. Don't expect, like, you know, tear-jerking, super happy, oh my goodness, my life has changed from these movies. They are children's movies in the end, or young adult movies, so, you know, take that as you will. This all, though, does refer to the whole idea of the world turtle, a turtle that carries the world on its back, and then it sits atop a larger turtle, and then that one is the larger turtle underneath, so it's turtles all the way down. It is funny to imagine how people would react to an entire forest moving because of this Pokemon. And as I say with many of our others, it would be very interesting to see Torterra with different types of trees on it. Maybe a cherry blossom, maybe a conifer, maybe even just a tree that is changing with the seasons, but somehow, despite everything, is keeping all of its leaves. The next one does feel a bit like cheating, but after we talk about it, I have a backstory to give you of the first big meme of this channel, and I know a lot of our longtime enjoyers are going to smile at the fact that I even brought it up. Wormadam has 3 forms: Sandy, Plants, and Trash. The Plant Cloak form has several white flowers covering it and gives Wormadam a green-tipped beak and large leaves for arms. Unlike Burmy, Wormadam's cloak is part of its body, with the fusion being suspected to have been caused by the energy generated by its evolution. Its cloak acts similar to fur and skin and never sheds. These are quite literally bagworms, and I've dealt with similar worms in the form of tent caterpillars. They will build their nest and they will eat the tree. There is nothing else to it. You are supposed to burn them if you want to get rid of them. Otherwise, it's just a massive, horrible mess, and it just gets terrible. Though, let's talk about Burmy. Burmy became kind of a huge meme of the channel. You can kind of barely see Burmy in the background right over there, but you can always see the other two hanging right here. The reason being that they are here is because when Pokerogue first came out, played through, started doing a turtle run, got Terapagos on everything, wanted to do a turtle run, and my chat bullied me into saying that Burmy was a turtle, or rather Wormadam was a turtle because its body fused to it. And I never double checked the fact that, you know, even though I knew it was a bagworm, that it acts as hair, not as a shell. But then again, I know they would have probably argued the fact that keratin makes up hair, and keratin is also used to help make up the shell of a turtle, so take that as you will. Nevertheless, I then had a Burmy on the team, was forced to call it a turtle, and since turtles do not have teeth, War Turtle was not a turtle. I was going insane, truly. And there's a whole video on that. That one's an old one. It's just highlights of that night, and it's fun. I'm really happy with it. Though, outside of the grassy cloak it does have, this is most definitely not sentient plant life. It's just a worm wearing what should theoretically be leaves that are dead. Up next, we have Cherry. Its body becomes redder when bathed in sunlight, which signals that it has stockpiled a lot of nutrients. It has a short stem with two big green leaves and a second, much smaller head growing out of it. This second head is vestigial in terms of function, but it contains nutrients that contribute to Cherry's growth as its initial source of food. The second head is apparently edible and has a sweet taste, and several Pokemon such as Starly have been seen trying to peck it off. When the second head begins to bloom and wilt, it means Cherry is close to evolving, and it detaches after Cherry evolves, which then becomes food for other creatures. Cherry itself is attracted to honey. So let's break that down. The head is vestigial, which means one of two things. It is of an organ or part of the body that is degenerate, rudimentary, or atrophied, having become functionless in the course of evolution. Or it is forming a very small remnant of something that was once much larger or more noticeable. So, maybe it's not one or the other, but both. Maybe Cherry did have a secondary head that was full in size, but it lowered their overall rate of survival because it needed more nutrients in order to survive. More thoughts, head's not empty, more nutrients necessarily because you are burning calories. In addition, this means yes, the second head is completely functionless, possibly even without emotion or physical feeling, and just has the one quote-unquote function of just being a storage tank for nutrients, as this information states. This also means that if the second head is ever eaten, it may actually cause Cherry to never get all the nutrients it needs to evolve and actually cause it to die. It's just a cherry, but let's go back to the daughter plants, because some of them do have vestigial parts of their bodies in the form of leaves. They don't have chlorophyll within them, meaning that they can't perform photosynthesis. That is why they have to draw nutrients from other plants. I do find it a little odd that even though cherry pits are poisonous, this Pokemon can't learn a single poison type move. I looked, not even by TM, not a single poison type move as of Gen 9. When future gens come out, if that ever changes, I want that clear. Once it finally does evolve, though, we do get Cherrim, who has two forms. Overcast, where it is covered and its eyes are near its legs, and then its Sunshine form, as it opens up to absorb sunlight. When it is hit with strong sunlight, it blooms and absorbs the rays with its entire body. It quickly changes from quiet to excitable and active, It will attempt to make up for everything it was forced to endure as a bud while the sunlight lasts. That sounds way darker than it genuinely should. I'm sure it just means that it's just making up for all the dark times by being a happy little guy or gal. Once that light is gone, Cherrim folds its leaves back into the bud. Bug Pokemon are often seen gathering around Cherrim due to being drawn in by the scent released by its petals. Cherrim's reaction to light is likely based off of photonastic flowers, which is just a fancy city way of saying that they respond to light in general, not just from light sources. Basically, light hit flower, flower go bloom, and then light go away, flower no bloom. Simple as that. Now, Cherrim in its sunshine form seems to be based on cherry blossoms, flowers that are particularly symbolic of Japan. And they have a very unique seasonal pattern, blooming once in the springtime when it is just warm enough. Its overcast form resembles the bud of a fuchsia flower and other flowering plants such as the cherry blossoms again and cherry fruits that tend to grow a form of clustered flowers that hangs on its tree and later blossoms into multiple fruits. Fuchsias are also representative of harmony, healing, and love, and with Morning Sun being a move that this Pokemon knows, upon hatching even, a healing move dependent on sunlight fits it perfectly. Actually, I realized I said hatching, it innately knows it at level 1, because if it were to hatch, it would be a Cherubi. Allow me to correct myself now, but I'll leave it in because, you get to make fun of me then. Woo! Let's get Carnivorous with the Flying Venus flytrap known as Carnivine. Carnivine is very gluttonous and is known to have an unruly temper. It is capable of hanging from tree branches with its vines, while its mouth can open to 180 degrees wide. It's another Muppet. With its mouth wide open, Carnivine attracts prey it waits for with sweet-smelling saliva, then chomps down. However, it takes a whole day to eat prey. Carnivine's diet consists mostly of insects or other small bugs in general. It lives in forests and marshes. That sweet saliva is just actually sweet nectar. Otherwise, outside of the flat-out super sentience and gluttonous appetite, this is just a Venus flytrap. Though, whereas with regular Venus flytraps, how many times the hairs inside of their mouth are triggered within a certain amount of time determines whether it actually closes and then opens back up, or stays closed, tightens, and floods the chamber of its mouth with digestive fluid. Evergreens, named after the fact that they stay green at all times of the year in spite of the harsh winter months and all the snow. Conifers, such as pine trees, are the perfect example of these that would come to anyone's mind, and what better Christmas tree of a Pokemon to represent them than the Snover line. Edible white berries grow along Snover's midsection, and it usually grows the berries when spring approaches. In Galar, packs of its natural predator, Galarian Darumaka, enjoy eating the berries produced by Snover. This results in Abomasnow often chasing them away in order to protect it. Snover lives on snowy peaks in warm seasons, but migrates lower as the weather cools. While many animals migrate, plants, again, do not migrate in the same way. To explain it further this time, though, over the course of generations, they will release pollen and seeds into favorable wind directions in hopes that their species will spread that way. Otherwise, there isn't really a plant like Snover, or Torterra for that matter, that migrate. Snover is a curious Pokemon, often approaching people, and can be found inspecting footprints in the snow. There are stories of Snover visiting human settlements, often bonding with the children there, and it can sink its feet into the snow to absorb water, which also helps cool down its body temperature. As mentioned in its sleep decks, Pokemon tend to sneak up on it when it is asleep to consume the berries it grows. Snover is unaware of this while it sleeps. Now, Snover is specifically based on the fir tree, but they don't have berries. The closest you can potentially ever get is that there is the Spanish fir, which can have cones that resemble raspberries visually. Otherwise, let's pour an excessive amount of fertilizer and snow on this Pokemon to get Abomasnow, which lives in snowy mountains and appears only when snow flowers bloom. Once the flowers die, it retreats to isolated areas because Abomasnow prefers to be alone and not associate with others. It's our friendly little introvert. It is able to create blizzards to hide itself and can also cause whiteout conditions with just a shake of its massive body. Abomasnow is also known as the Ice Monster and Abominable Snowman. It protects Snover from packs of Galarian Darumaka who chase them for the berries they grow by swinging its arms like hammers. It is powerful enough to split boulders in two, and in its sleep style decks, when sleeping, it can cause blizzards accidentally by just occasionally swinging its arms. Researchers acknowledge that it is unknown why Abomasnow does this, though it is theorized that it is either a habit to hide itself or just sleepy flailing. It's just an abominable snowman in plant form, though every time I see it, I think of Ron Swanson from Parks and Rec. Also, according to its Pokédex, specifically looking at its Mega form, that's all fur, in exception to like the ice and snow that is on top of it. We always knew that the evolution stones were powerful, but did you know that they could help mutate Eevee's unstable DNA to the point of even changing its cells from animal to plant? Its cellular structure is similar to plants as we look at Leafeon, which allows it to perform photosynthesis and purify the air around it by sleeping under the sunlight. It gets its energy in this way instead of eating traditionally. Look, at least at this point, just say it's a plant. Don't say it's similar to a plant. Again, though, this tells us that our grass types are not actually plants then. They are just cellularly similar to them, and it hurts my head. Leafeon's aroma is similar to fresh grass in its youth, and as it ages, this fragrance bears more of a resemblance to fallen leaves. And again, age and evolution have been separated as two different things. The aroma is favored in Galar, where it is used to create a popular perfume. It lives in lush forests that have clean rivers, and as mentioned in its sleep decks, the air produced by a sleeping Leafeon can help any Pokemon sleep deeply. It's just a leaf fox. It is cute. It is probably one of the most underrated evolutions, but nevertheless, let's move on. Do I really need to talk about Rotom Motor? It's a mower. It's a mower Rotom. It literally, all it does, look, I'm gonna explain it this way. I'm gonna explain it to you directly, alright? I'm not even gonna look at my notes. I have the notes, I'm not gonna look at the notes, okay? I'm putting my hand right here, right? That's not gonna prove anything whatsoever, right? So, Rotom Mower only exists because Rotom, looking like a light bulb and made of plasma, likes to play mischievous pranks on people. So you know what it does? It infests TVs or any other electronic that it can. Then, as time went on, it started to, take over stoves and take over everything else that it can. And with Clement's assistance, I thought I would not remember that name, that's primarily why I had the notes, but with Clement's assistance, primarily helped create the Rotom Dex. As such then, from there, we do have Motor Rotom, who will just mow down grass, mow down flowers, whatever you love in your garden will be mowed down. That is it, we can move on. It does not really count. It is the only grass electric type at this moment, at this juncture, but we are moving on. I'm watching you, Game Freak. Everyone wants the Fairy Grass Meganium. If you somehow make it a grass electric type, just to pull something and make a second grass electric Pokemon in existence, sure, go for it. Also, Galarian Darumaka is the only, Galarian Darmanitan in its Zen form is the only ice fire type, just as a small note. Alright, so while I'd love to talk about the Pokemon of Gratitude for the 100th time, I'm giving you the Cliff Notes from memory. Have fun recording, Krillic. Thank you, writing, Krillic. I appreciate you so much. So, Shaman. Shaman is known as a gratitude Pokemon. It takes inspiration from a number of different flowers, but primarily really takes after our wonderful Christmas flower. In addition, this funny little hedgehog thinks it's real great to simply absorb and filter everything out from the environment, which is actually great. The downside, though, is if it absorbs and purifies too much nasty air, it results in its signature move, Seed Flare, which causes a massive explosion. This explosion has been known to do two things that are incredibly dramatic. One, level an entire forest. 2, rip a hole in time and space, allowing people to exit from Giratina's dimension. How those two things end up becoming reality, I don't know. Probably because of the fact that it was filtering air that was caused by the fight between Dialga and Palkia that then created noxious fumes within the distortion realm. Distortion realm, that is not the right thing. That is some unexpectable stuff. Oopsie poopsies. Either way, within Giratina's mirror realm, whatever you want to call it, because it has 2 different names. So, ultimately, Shaman then works in groups. It tries to find its home. It gets to the Gracidia flowers, in which case, when it does a little sniff, it transforms into its sky form. It gets a lower voice, it flies through the air, it looks like reindeer in the movie, they move like reindeer, they fly like reindeer, they're basically reindeer even with the horns, okay? Now, it stays in this form until sunset. And then, without light, it then just loses it and drops from the sky. It's a plant hedgehog. It's about as close as we can get to it being a pure plant without it actually being a plant, I guess, because it does eat food. It does have, like, food that it eats in the anime, or at least the movie that it was in, and I'll at least admit Shaman is really cute, especially when it decides to scratch itself with its back leg. I might just be partial towards hedgehogs in general. I found out recently because that they actively hunt chicken eggs. Again, thank you to Knit, the second time I've mentioned, because the hedgehog was hunting or chicken eggs. Oh, it's crazy. I love talking to you guys as my audience. I learned so much from y'all, and it's up to me to internalize that information and then vomit it back out to you guys after inspecting further or looking into things. Either way, if you want to hear more, Mythology Legendary Family Tree, Giratina Sky Warrior. If there is a video to be done, if I haven't done it, I will do it. It's as simple as that. So, I have a lot of references that I can go back to. Now, we are absolutely not counting grass-type Arceus. If you want to hear about that, again, go check out the video. Anything that you can imagine is possible. Anything you can't imagine is also possible regarding plants. And with what Arceus can do, it just harnesses the power of the universe and does whatever it wants, so we can move on. We've landed in Generation 5, and if I have not said it yet, I've started to realize at this point, my partialness towards grass-type Pokemon in general. Picking them as my first starter whenever I would go through any new playthroughs of any Pokemon game. I realize that is technically even the case now, as I am going through Pokemon Vanguard, and I technically chose Snivy, even though it's not a grass type. Look, one day I just gotta go through and do a video about all the starter Pokemon, because they actually don't get covered very often in my videos because they're not part of the normal ecology of stuff, oddly enough. And speaking of Snivy, that was the Pokemon that I chose as Pokemon Black and White. Got me back into Pokemon, young Acrylic back into Pokemon, because he just couldn't play it for quite some time. So, let's talk about this little funny snake. It has a tail that can perform photosynthesis, allowing it to move more quickly and adding an edge to its moves. However, the tail will begin to droop when Snivy loses energy. Snivy can use its vines with incredible adaptive and dexterity skills to make up for having short arms. And this Pokemon has a calm, collected demeanor and is very intelligent. It prefers to be alone and avoids groups wherever it can. Very interesting that only the tail is the part of the body that can perform photosynthesis. It is very interesting that only the leaf on the tail can perform photosynthesis, though this is not entirely out of the norm for a plant, as real plants primarily perform it on their leafage anyway. So, it's a small step out of the norm for Pokemon, but otherwise, nothing too crazy. Though I suppose Lotad is also of the similar nature to that, now that I think about it. The shape of Snivy's head and the protrusions on its shoulders may be based on the Bird of Paradise or false Bird of Paradise flowers. And while I normally wouldn't include it into this edition of Pokemon information, it is also fun to note the following. Ken Sugimori has said that Snivy, Servine, and Superior are based on Western culture, specifically mentioning the manga series The Rose of Versailles as an inspiration. Now, as Snivy does evolve, it does get a bit snootier, to say the least. The leaves it now has are still capable of performing photosynthesis, but only while they are clean. Servine will go to great lengths to stay dirt-free for this reason. This swift Pokemon hides in thick foliage or shadows to avoid attacks before retaliating, so again, it's acting like a very intelligent snake. Servine will mercilessly pummel its target by whipping them with its vines, and it has an inflated sense of pride, which is one of Servine's weaknesses. Due to this pride, Servine will be unable to cooperate with other Pokemon for a long while. It's literally just a white knight, and I want you to remember, a knight that has no dents in its armor or dirt upon it is one of two things, either incredibly skilled or, more likely, a coward. By standards of others, it may be seen as a coward due to all of its hiding and sneaking around, while others consider it strategic thinking in guerrilla warfare. Its final form, Superior, will only attack with full force against opponents that are unfazed by its piercing glare, which is said to be able to halt all foes' movements. This intimidating stare and its regal form have earned it the title of Lord of the Forest. It is capable of amplifying solar energy with its body. Now that I think about it, we have like the Lord of the Forest and Superior. We have like the Protector and the fastest or whatever the heck Sceptile is supposed to be in the forest. What if we just took all of these titles and actually matched them to the Pokemon to give them a proper ranking system based on the titles that they have? Might have to do that one day. These ideas just keep popping up. So it's gone from a pauper to a lord, but now without any sacrifices, because it has now completely lost the legs from its previous stages and now must slither about due to its new serpentine form. However, just below its neck, you can find two small leaf-like arms on either side of its body, which it keeps folded behind its back, typically. Poor snakes just can't have it all. Forced to choose between legs and arms within their lifetime. I don't know about you. I'm a fan of broccoli, especially if you smother it with cheese, but that just might be the Wisconsinite in me. You might be asking me, why am I talking about broccoli? Well, it's because of Pansage and Simisage! You can eat its leaves to recover from exhaustion, and it is great at finding berries, which it likes to share with its friends. That's really it. There's not a lot for that Pokemon. I'll be real. I like the little monkey. I don't like its evolution. I don't like any of their evolutions. I just don't. They've grown on me ever so slightly, but otherwise, I'm just not a fan of them. I've never been a fan of them. Little monkey or nothing. As for Simisage, though, the leaves on its head have grown bitter, and it will use its thorny tail to whip foes. So, these are just monkeys with plant-like abilities for the most part. I mean, I will note that they are based on leaf monkeys, otherwise known as Columbidae monkeys, or Legends of the Monkey Tree, though there is always a chance that the leaf is only bitter to us, because there are fruits, such as the bearberries and cranberries, that while they are bitter and horrible to us if you eat them raw, on the opposite side, bears love bearberries, that's why they're called that, and cows love cranberries, and you can just, they can get drunk off of them. Or like, even if you look at honeysuckle, again, robins can get drunk off of honeysuckle. So of course, different effects on these creatures that are not exposed to the nutrients, or rather the sugars that they're constantly exposed to, while also eating so many of them because they taste good and they are very nutritious for them. What do you do when you have a baby and you want to keep it warm? You swaddle it. I deserve, thank you, I deserve it all. I deserve every last one. Swaddle makes itself leafy clothes using chewed up leaves and a thread-like substance it produces from its mouth, though Levany tends to make its first set after hatching. By folding it over its face, its leafy hood is used to help it hide from enemies, whether awake or asleep, and make it one of the cutest Pokemon ever. It has been shown to eat berries, but when food is scarce, it will eat its leafy clothes as an alternative. Swaddle is a very popular mascot used by fashion designers. Swaddle tend to greet each other by rubbing their bumps together. So really, this Pokemon is just a natural master of fashion and design. The grass typing comes less from it being a plant Pokemon or even from plant-like abilities, and more from its relation to nature itself. Despite this, their connection does deepen just a little bit as it evolves into Swaddler. The top cloak has two semicircular leaves that form a V shape. The two head leaves allow Swaddler to detect air movements and feel the surrounding area. On its back are the veins of the leaf, as well as a bit at the bottom tip of the cloak, resembling a rounded tail. Swaddle lives on the forest floor and converts fallen leaves into nourishment, which helps the surrounding plant life grow. So, the planty bits are slowly becoming part of the body, and it claims to convert fallen leaves into nourishment. That's a weird way to talk about it being a decomposer, basically. Either that, or it's breaking down the leaves with its saliva, and the resulting compound is a sort of fertilizer for other plants to use as well. Both are very viable at the same time, to be fair, but let's look further into its evolution, as we have the strong mama bear in the form of Leafeon. It is a nanny that simply cares for all young Pokemon, and its arm blades are powerful enough to slice through a tree trunk with a single swing. It generally lives in forests and is very parental, using its cutters and the sticky silk it produces to create clothing made of leaves for small Pokemon in general, not just its own children. Leafeon is known to make warm wrappings for young Swaddle, and it also warms its eggs with fermenting fallen leaves. While usually gentle, it will attack anyone or anything that harms young Pokemon. Once again, less a plant, more Pokemon that has plant-like abilities. It turns out that it knows how to naturally ferment things, which can be done in a variety of ways, which can result in delicious pickled ginger. Love that with some good wasabi when I eat some sushi. Or it could turn things in fermentation, could turn things into wine, amongst many, many other things, but for that matter. It's all about the method and the amounts of time it takes. So, again, it could just be sugars, it could be salts. It's not out of the norm. So next one throws me off a little bit, because when I was first introduced to it, when I played Pokemon Black and White, it was a grass flying type, as cotton tree seeds can drift through the wind for miles, even ending up on, like, cars and other cities for that matter. I mean, that would take the right conditions, of course, but it's all because of their light weight, though they may bundle up and create a large mass, or even a Cottonee, who is now a grass fairy type, and you'll soon hear how all of what I just said actually lines up really well with Cottonee's info. Cottonee is blown around by the wind because of its lightweight composition. The only circumstance in which it cannot be blown by the wind is when it has been soaked by the rain, which weighs it down and makes it soggy. Afterwards, this Pokemon will stay— wait, hold on, does that mean that it's crunchy in other forms? Like, I know that's not necessarily the case, but it's like the existence of smoothies implies that there is an existence of like crunchies, which I guess there exists, but like a crunchy drink, that's not really possible. Yes, it is. It's called a milkshake. Afterward, this Pokemon will stay under a tree until it dries, so that it may be blown by the wind again. During the mating season, they have a proper mating season, Cottonee blow in the wind in large groups. Its cotton can be used as a defensive mechanism. When threatened, it will expel cotton as a distraction so that way it may escape. The lost cotton will grow back quickly, and that cotton is used to manufacture top quality pillows and beds that are soft, puffy, light, and airy. When Cottonee's cotton is weaved together with Eldegoss's cotton, it makes a cloth that is popular with many luxury brands. By the way, cottonwood trees typically release their cotton, or their seeds rather, between late spring and early summer, so get ready to hear a lot of Cottonee cries during that time. When it evolves into Whimsicott, it can manipulate its body to pass through cracks, no matter how narrow. It takes advantage of this ability as a notorious prankster, moving things and leaving cotton balls behind. However, should it get wet, it will be too heavy to move and answer for its pranks. Despite weighing 14.6 pounds or 6.6 kilograms, Whimsicott appears capable of riding upon the wind. But whether this means they actually generate whirlwinds themselves or get carried by wind currents remains unclear. Whimsicott likes to spend time in the sunlight in order to grow its cotton, though it will tear off and scatter the cotton should it start to build up too much. So, of course, as with many of our Pokemon, there is far more to this line than just cotton and sheep. But that all gets saved for another day. I'll have to have you guys help me pick which Pokemon type I fully cover next when I finally do cover it. The fairy type was the one I originally wanted to cover first because it was the most interesting to my brain. We're finally back to Pokemon that are most definitely plants. Again, waving itself around to move on a single foot is Petilil. The leaves on Petilil's head are very bitter, which can cause dizziness. However, these leaves possess revitalizing effects such as restoring a person's vigor. This can be achieved by eating the leaves directly or drying and boiling them into an infusion. This infusion is also sometimes used as a bug repellent, and because of the health effects of its leaves, Petilil is very popular with the elderly. let's take a tangent for a story that I almost didn't type into my script here, which is about poison ivy. I had to think about the name for a split second. So, poison ivy itself causes rashes, inflammation, so on and so forth. It is basically like your body might not react to it the first time, but then it overreacts to it the second time that it's ever exposed to it. This is just a special type of one of the 3 primary allergic types of reactions, and as such, or how your immune system responds to certain things, and as such, it's harmful. It sucks. Some people, though, are immune to it. I might be immune to it, I found out, because I know for a fact when I was working with my ranger, he's not my ranger anymore, but I still call him my ranger, that he came into contact with poison ivy, and I came into contact with poison ivy multiple times, yet I somehow never developed a rash. I've picked up my pencils out of it, I have brushed up against it, I've touched it while jumping out of lakes and streams, it just goes on and on, right? So, I might be immune to it. Though people thought that poison ivy could be used to lower inflammation in, like, the liver or kidneys or whatever, right? Either way, an organ in your body, they thought it would lower the inflammation of. So they would take poison ivy, then boil them, and then drink what was left behind. What's happening, though, is all the oils from the poison ivy, which is the primary issue with poison ivy, are the oils, would then be in that water, and you would drink it, and it would actually cause inflammation of the organs, meaning that it was doing the exact opposite, amongst many other things that were happening at the time. I can laugh about it now, you can laugh about it now, all we want, but, like, as a species of people, we would never know these things if it was never tried. Milk from cows. We literally grow wheat, cook it into bread. We turn it into actual grains. Then we cook it into bread. Then we took that bread and said, what if we cooked it again? So you made toast. And then you're like, oh, that's not good enough. So you chopped it up, made sure it was real dry, added some seasoning and butter to it, then cooked it maybe one more time. And then you get croutons. We cook it 3-4 times. I have bean water right here. Coffee, bean water. There's nothing special about it. So we can make fun of them all we want, and yet here we are. God, I love my bean water. As someone who has the potential of having ADHD and has not been appropriately tested for it, coffee doesn't really work on me. But again, tiny tangent, and we'll get back to Pokemon. There are studies that are being done that coffee in microdoses may actually improve attention in those with ADHD. There are many people that I know that do have ADHD, have been tested for it, and they basically quote unquote self-medicate. Not actually, it's just unintentional, by drinking Mountain Dew of all things. Like my own mother, my girlfriend, like her father, all of them, like, basically confirmed ADHD or are confirmed ADHD. And then that's just the way that it works, oddly enough. It's just this weird attraction to Mountain Dew of all things. Meanwhile, I'm still here drinking my coffee, and I've self-tested because I can. It kind of works. I don't feel any more alerts. But let's get back to Pokemon. I've taken enough of a tangent here. Petilil tends to appear near sources of clean waters. It lives in areas with soil abundance in moisture and nutrients. The homes can be either well-tended fields or flower beds. However, they will leave if the environment turns bad, and it is a female-only species with no male counterpart. We will talk about that more later. Now, Kensugi Mori stated that Petilil and Lilligant were originally meant to be a 3-stage evolutionary line, which may explain what we are going to see in a moment here, because through the use of the Sunstone, in the past, in the lands of Hisui, we get Hisuian Lilligant. Hisuian Lilligant's arms are green, with its forearms being a lighter green. They are much longer and thinner than those of the Unovan Lilligant. It has long, powerful legs, and they are white with a dark pink gradient at the calves. It is suspected that these legs developed as a result of living in the very snowy mountains in Hisui. They allow Hisuian Lilligant to jump very high and gracefully, and its feet are golden and cover part of its legs, and they are seen to resemble dance shoes or snow boots. We can also suspect that as time went on, this Pokemon may have originally been hunted for its flower and scent constantly, making it have to be more defensive or move faster to get away. As such, it became very adept at moving up the mountains where not many Pokemon would be, or not many Pokemon that actually cared about its scent would be. And we can see this become more apparent as we look at Lilligant in the modern day itself, as it is popular with celebrities, veteran trainers, and first-rate gardeners, as they have all struggled to coax the flower on Lilligant's head into blooming. The flowers bloomed by Lilligant in the wild are also said to be the most beautiful despite all of these efforts. Once it blooms, it will wilt if Lilligant is then neglected or when it finds a male partner. That's something wrong with that. Just hold on. The flower emits a sweet-smelling aroma, and it is believed to have a relaxing effect on those exposed to the scent. The flower's fragrance differs slightly depending on the soil it was cultivated in. The oil made from Lilligant's flowers has a sublime scent and is very expensive to buy. It is a rare Pokemon that lives in forests, and it is a female-only species with no male counterpart. So, this Pokemon that is highly sought after for its aroma is forced to bloom by people, and if the bloom isn't taken care of, it will lose the flower. In addition, it will bloom for a male partner, which it will never find since the species itself is nothing but female, but apparently it still blooms in the wild for some reason. So there has to be some sort of Pokemon, some sort of male species Pokemon that helps it out. So let's look into its origins to try and help us with this. Lilligant is based on a lily. Atsuko Nishida mentioned in an interview that she came up with Lilligant while looking at lilies in her home. Furthermore, Lilligant's design was intended to give the impression of an extravagant princess. The Hisuian form may be inspired by the fact that allium, basically like the onions and garlic and everything like that, were placed in the Liliaceae, or the lily family. Its leaf-shaped arms and white to pink gradient on its legs may be based on Allium victorialis, or specifically A. ocotens, according to some authorities. A wild onion of ethnobotanical importance to the Ainu people, the plant is actually usually served with the bulb of Cardiocrinium cordatum, a floral plant in the lily family, and in Ainu cuisine and folk medicine. So to reiterate, alliums, garlic, onions, their family, were originally within the lily family accidentally, thinking that they were part of the same family, when in fact they were not. Now, when we look at this as a whole, there is a problem here, as even when looking at the flowers of alliums that do flower, we still find stamens on them, meaning they do have a plant's phallic parts, right? So, what male counterpart could there be? There are no other grass types of the same family to my knowledge within Generation 5, so Lilligant either has to be hermaphroditic when necessary, or they simply reproduce underground and in secret. You could say, oh, but they're part of this egg family. They are part of that egg family because it is a game. It is a game. They have to be part of some sort of egg family. As such, they're gonna reproduce with something. Are you telling me that you're gonna put a Throw and a Lilligant in the same room and have it? What is the egg family? I need to look this up now. Okay, so they're part of the grass egg group. Here's the thing. Plants or grass Pokemon still come out of Pokemon eggs. Even though we could assume by the standards of reality, if they're all part of the same egg group, what this very well could mean is that whether pollen is involved or not, all plant Pokemon by that standard, if you really want to pull, oh, but they have an egg, is the fact that, sure, they're all interspecies crossing. It doesn't matter what plant Pokemon you are, as long as you're part of the grass egg group, sure, you can mate and have babies. But that's not really how it works, especially as a lot of these grass type Pokemon do not get along with each other and will probably not have babies together in reality, despite their egg groups. Whatever. Either way, I'm being a little facetious. I'm being a little mean on purpose, of course. I don't really actually care about what I don't care if that is what you want to go with. Sure, go for it. It's completely viable. I refuse to just simply accept it as proper science, but I don't get much of a choice, to be fair. and I'm just being over dramatic, so egg on my face. Up next, we have the mariachi cactus Maractus itself. When Maractus moves its body rhythmically, it emits sound reminiscent of maracas being played. This allows Maractus to produce up-tempo songs and dances that it can use to scare away predators. Avian Pokemon in particular may try to feed on its flower seeds, and once a year, Maractus scatters its nutrient-rich seeds across the desert, serving as a precious food source for other desert-dwelling Pokemon. It's the happier, more friendly version of Cacnea that is pretty often ignored. I will remind you though, set some Toxtricity together, get the Ludicolo up in there, and create unlimited energy. Two of Maractus's abilities revolve around how real-world cacti store water with great efficiency. Water Absorb and Storm Drain, both nullifying the water damage move and or restoring health. It also looks like a bunny ear cactus and the prickly pear cactus. I would love to actually see a proper cactus wren or roadrunner Pokemon alongside a cactus Pokemon that we have not seen yet. I'm pausing because every time I've said that, I've somehow forgotten about a Pokemon. Like the last time I said this, I said we don't have a roly-poly Pokemon, and I somehow forgot about Golisopod, even though I love Golisopod and Wimpod. They're great. If you're a fan of the one deer from that one show, Agretzko, you'll also love this Pokemon as it's based on the same Sika deer, Deerling. If Deerling senses animosity, it will hide in tall grass. It moves in herds and is timid around humans. Despite this, it does whatever it wants even around humans. It's got attitude, girl. Deerling will take a liking towards anyone who feeds it. It will playfully headbutt anyone it likes, even if its headbutts are a little painful. It dwells in sparsely populated areas away from humans. It is herbivorous, and despite their innocent and adorable appearance, Deerling are considered pests by farmers, as they tend to eat all of their plant shoots. Because of this, and because Lycanroc is a natural enemy of Deerling, farmers often use Lycanroc to guard their fields from them. Deerling has 4 forms, each aligning with the seasons, and aside from different coloration, Deerling also has different scents depending on the season. During spring, its scent is delicate, sweet, and calming. Summer, it's distinct grassy in scent. During autumn, it has a softly sweet scent, and in winter, it has no scent whatsoever. The differing scents are meant to be more of an advantage depending on the season to match what is naturally there, so that way it's not being hunted down. I don't know how much meat this Pokemon actually has. I assume it has like normal deer meat in its body, but is able to use the natural environment to its advantage as it is part of its body. I would be very interested to see what would happen if you took a Deerling that was born in a multi-seasonal environment or climate and then placed it in a place like a desert. What would happen then? Would it still follow the natural seasons, and then unfortunately you'd have to try and keep it alive because it's at a major disadvantage now? Or would it just not have any of those changes whatsoever? Now, it was actually designed after Saucebuck was created, speaking of which, Saucebuck's appearance changes depending on the seasons as well. It can live almost anywhere as they adapt to the season, but prefer to live away from humans. It too is herbivorous, so at least this Pokemon stays herbivorous, and Saucebuck have been referred to as the harbingers of spring. There are many enthusiasts out there who love the different forms of it, however the winter form is the least popular of them all. Interesting that the winter one is the least popular of them all. I think the fur on the chest is really great. I like it better than the summer form. It probably goes spring, autumn, winter, summer, even though autumn is my favorite season. The flowers on its spring form antlers grow slower due to absorbing nutrients. The paler the spring form's flower is, the more beautiful Saucebuck apparently becomes. The thicker and larger the brooch leaves are, the more majestic summer form Saucebuck becomes. Summer form's leaves can be used to make black tea, which has a different taste depending on the region. I wonder if the taste is their way of saying how much caffeine it actually has as well. In Paldea, the tea has a more aromatic taste. The darker the autumn form's red foliage is, the more stylish it is considered. Autumn form Saucebuck have short tempers, and the males notably fight each other incessantly. Finally, winter form Saucebuck are calmer and easier to tame during the winter. Hence, it is considered the perfect time to obtain winter form Saucebuck as a partner. So, these, cycles of Saucebuck actually align with regular deer fairly well, as we look at males fighting in autumn, which is mating season for deer, and into late autumn, so does hunting season begin, which, as we get into winter, then after the hunting season, the reason why it's a great time to get a partner in them is because they're lonely, and a lot of their types have unfortunately died at that point. Like, that is not a shot at shot. That wasn't on purpose. That is not a shot at hunters at all. If you are a true hunter and abide by the hunting code as I have been taught in my college time, then you know what? It's necessary. It actually genuinely is by the standards of everything, because deer can be very invasive, but ultimately so can other creatures. But that means you're not hunting for sport. You are hunting what you will use. You will use it all, and that's it. You are keeping in mind nature, what is best for nature. Because if the lands can only support 50 deer, then there being 70 deer will actually eventually cause disease to run rampant, a lot more deaths, and other animals to perish due to the overabundance of creatures that are taking up natural resources. So, it is a necessity, but it has to be done just right. Now, in origin, Sawsbuck may actually be based on the Pierre David's deer, which is a species of deer that decorates its antlers with foliage during the breeding season, and the four stags of Yggdrasil. They are from Norse mythology and eat among the branches of the world tree Yggdrasil, and are sometimes associated with the seasons. Its antlers may also be based on a deciduous tree, and one of these stories of Baron Munchausen, in which he tries to shoot a stag using cherry pits in his musket. The stag survives and escapes, and the next year he discovers a stag with a cherry tree growing out of its head. If that was ever true, that would be pretty cool to see, and I feel bad for that deer because it's not lasting long, because if it's feeding on the deer's nutrients, it is not living to the next year. Finally though, Sawsbuck, Saws, S-A-W-S, Buck, Summer, Autumn, Winter, Spring, Buck. Honestly, easily one of my favorite names of Pokemon of all time because it's in plain sight and I never noticed. Look, all I have to do now is throw in the meme and you know exactly what fungal friend I'm talking about next. A theory suggests that the developer of the modern Pokeballs actually modeled it after Fungus's cap due to liking the Pokemon, although this is just a supposition. Fungus uses its Pokeball-like pattern to lure people and Pokemon in grassy areas before releasing a cloud of poisonous spores to defend itself. These spores can be used as a stomach medicine if thoroughly dried, and it moves by either hopping or turning on its side and rolling on its cap. That's horribly adorable. It is one of the shortest grass-type Pokemon and prefers damp places such as around trees. It is fungus after all. Can we recognize though for a moment how this Pokemon and others such as Galarian and Stunfisk have adapted to specifically hunt humans? They serve as creatures to take us down when there are too many of us. We are not exempt from the natural ecosystem. They have adapted the Pokeball image for a reason. Pokemon aren't naturally walking up to Pokeballs. They probably know getting caught is not something they want to do. And if they do want to get caught, that just means more food for these Pokemon. After all, what do you do when you see a Pokeball just lying around in the grass in the games? You walk up to it. Fungus appears to be based on Amanita muscaria, or mushrooms of the Agaricus genus, due to it being a poison type, and I mean, yeah, I guess they do have similar coloration after all. Fungus itself, its evolution, is a carnivore, and uses the Pokeball-like patterns on its arms to lure in prey, although it doesn't work too well in most cases. It also blows poisonous spores at its opponents, and those spores can grow into mushrooms wherever they land if they are not washed off quickly. This is some Last of Us crap right here. Amogus rarely moves, preferring to stand near any dropped Pokeballs, again, hunting us actively, and prefers damp places and can be found mainly in long grass with only their mushroom cap head protruding from it, generally close to water. Again, they're mushrooms. They're mushrooms made to hunt us. It's as simple as that. Though I will add in, together with its pre-evolution, their names are a corruption of the phrase fungus among us. This is confirmed by Ali, the student in North Province Area 2 in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. if you're looking for a Pokemon that is used so very often to just set up spikes at the beginning of a match, you don't have to look any further, as we do have the Ferroseed line. Ferroseed prefers living in mossy caves. It can stick its spikes into cave walls to absorb the minerals from rocks. If threatened, it can shoot a barrage of spikes so it can escape by rolling away. Ferroseed's aim at throwing spikes will not be good at first, requiring practice to improve it, and as seen in the Pokemon series Black and White episode, Crisis at Ferroseed Research, Ferroseed can absorb nutrients from rocks and use them to grow moss for oxygen. Different rocks create different types of moss with a variety of effects. Notably, its spikes can grow big and strong from consuming the moss, though absorbing nutrients from rocks that come from Chargestone Cave yields disastrous results. It's go boom. Now, if you want to know about every single Pokemon professor, and there are over 100 of them, go watch my Pokemon professor video. That deserves more love and has way more information than I had ever expected when I had first thought up that video. Ferroseed is based on certain plants whose seeds stick to clothing, such as cockleburrs, burdocks, or cleavers. It may also be based on durians, conkers, seeds from horse chestnut trees, or datura fruits, all of which are known for their tough skin and thorns. What makes them a bit more interesting, though, is that they choose to consume moss while also growing from the nutrients derived from them. Like, yeah, we have Pokemon like Horsea or Poliwag that consume moss from rocks. Even Geodude's evolution, Graveler, loves rocks covered in moss as it's actually its favorite snack, or meal for that matter. But when you have a Pokemon that eats and grows specific parts of its body that are also green from doing so, there is the chance that this is just moss growing from within a metal encasing. As it evolves into Ferrothorn, Ferrothorn has feelers that it can use to either cling onto the ceilings of a cave or walk around. Ferrothorn also uses the feelers to absorb nutrients from rocks, and it attacks by shooting its spikes, which are harder than steel. Its attacks are strong enough to pulverize boulders as well. These feelers are not entirely unheard of, considering that, again, we've talked about the bean plants. These are just more aggressive. And I will note that the Japanese name is pretty funny. Nutre may be a combination of nut and are, which is dumbbell. Are you looking for a new cell phone carrier? Well, why don't you try Virizion Wireless? One of the Swords of Justice, also more feminine in nature, as it represents the more romantic Arami from the Three Musketeers. According to legend, Virizion, alongside the other Swords of Justice, had challenged the humans in order to protect other Pokemon from losing their homes to the humans' expansion. During the battle, Virizion used its speed to shield the other Pokemon from sparks and embers. The three swords distrust humans because of a war that resulted in a forest fire in the Moor of Icarus. Virizion attacks its opponents by first darting around them with whirlwind-like speed before using its sharp, sword-like horns to swiftly cut them down. In the movie Kyurem vs. the Sword of Justice, Virizion is depicted as the most intelligent member of the Swords of Justice. Though, thanks to a commenter on the Legendary Mythical Tree video, Arami was just an alias. Their full name was actually René de Herblay, which contains herb and is where Virizion gets the grass typing from. It is also a province in France, and this name can be found with the other Swords of Justice in similar manner. So, I want to at least add and thank the individual as, actually, what's their name? Hold on. Luxcroon. Thank you for educating me on that. And I will note as well, I love trying to research all this information, apply it to real life stuff, and then educate you guys on this, while also learning from you guys in return. I will also say, like, just because I have the platform right now, I want to eventually cover the Alola region again. I am doing a once a month D&D Pokemon thing live stream. All the VODs stay on this channel. I'll put it into a playlist. Highly recommend checking it out. It's primarily podcast, but I'm going to have artwork for it. It's Pokemon Star Signs. It was fun. I highly recommend checking it out. But at the same time, the Hawaiian Punch, another viewer for the channel, actually being Hawaiian, educated me, because I did ask on the video, on how to say a lot of the names that I absolutely butchered. So I need to redeem myself one day, cover the Tapus in their own video, and then like their history and everything like that, and then actually pronounce names properly, because that's just the right thing to do. All in all, the purpose of this is to just bring Pokemon in real life together, and also try and find information and collect it to present to you that you will not find anywhere else because nobody else is talking about it. And I'm here to fix that. Onto a generation that I only just got to play for the first time this past year, as we have landed in the Kalos region, and I still have not made that supercut. I either need to make it a long supercut video, or I need to just make it a super short video. I have a feeling people want it nice and long. Don't take that out of context. And thanks to my chat voting for my starter in that blind Nuzlocke, I actually started out with Shelly the Chespin. Chespin's shell can protect it from powerful attacks. The quills on its head are usually soft, but can be stiffened for attacking as well. Despite having a curious nature that tends to get it in trouble, Chespin keeps an optimistic outlook and does not worry about these small details. By consuming tons of berries, the bark shell that covers Chespin's head and body will grow sturdier. Chespin appears to be based on a hedgehog. It also appears to have been based on simply a chestnut shoot. The brown spot found on the back of Chespin's head may be a subtle reference to bend or spots, most commonly found on a chestnut tree. Bendor spots occur in breeds with chestnut coloration, and most chestnuts seem to have at least one. This line is honestly just weird, considering that they feel more hedgehog than plants and just have plant powers, or rather the power of nuts. What exemplifies this is that it's like you could say, oh, the bark on its body gets stronger, but that could just simply be the same as the scutes of a turtle, which again are just conformed of keratin. So who's to say that this is all that different? I'll let you decide. Its evolution, Quilladin is not aggressive and never starts fights, although it is known to exercise its lower body by running into other Quilladin. What lower body? It's just got little legs. When it's forced to defend itself, it relies on its shell to deflect attacks, before counteracting with its sharp quills. The shell of Quilladin is both sturdy and heavy, which naturally strengthens the lower body of Quilladin. A Quilladin's tackle is powerful enough to send a trailer flying. Due to this body, it is immune to pain, and not even violent collisions will phase it. Being immune to pain is actually a massive issue. Pain is important so that way if you step on a nail, you know you're injured. You know you're injured in general if you feel a lot of pain. Especially if you feel a lot of pain, that tells you you're in grave danger. And what do you do when you feel pain? Adrenaline pumps and then fight or flight jumps in. At that point, you realize whoever hurt you or whatever hurt you is a danger and you need to do something about it. If you don't feel any of that, then you're in trouble. You are in major trouble. Though, luckily, this is the encasing of Quilladin's body that is doing this, and it is safe. I will say, though, this generation, their mid forms actually do, work really well. I think it was at this point, you've had past Pokemon that, not all of them, but past Pokemon where their second stage is awkward or a little ugly. They are adolescent. They are going through, they're going through their puberty phase, if you would, and it feels almost intentional that the second stage is a little awkward in that capacity. Meanwhile, with this generation, they kind of skipped past that, and I kind of like Quilladin more and more than Chespin, and then Chestnut is pretty cool. It just got a lot of hate, unfortunately, because, you know, Frog Ninja just really took the cake. Its final evolution, Chestnut, is renowned for its tank-like body. It is capable of flipping a 50-ton truck. Once it gets into its defensive stance with its hands covering its face, it can stand up to a bomb's explosion. It will not hesitate to use its sturdy body to shield its allies from danger. While Chestnut is normally gentle and prefers avoiding conflict, it will not hesitate to give opponents a thrashing with its thorned fists when the situation calls for it. One day, I will cover all wars in Pokemon. No, I'm not even gonna finish that sentence. Screw it. I'm writing it in for January. I am going to just cover all the wars of Pokemon. That is it. I'm gonna do it. I'm done. I'm tired of just saying I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Because I'm tired of reading, oh, this Pokemon can flip a tank. Oh, this Pokemon can take an entire building down. Oh, this Pokemon, blah, 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 blah. Why? Why do they know this? Why have they tested this? What wars, what battles, what has been done to then show us what Pokemon have been in wars visually, descriptively, Pokédex-wise, whatever it is. I'm going to cover every single Pokemon that has been in war and the wars of Pokemon in general. It just has to happen. Get ready for more symbiosis, I guess? It's kind of hard to tell since the plant life on Skiddo's back does seem to grow from it, but it's distinctly separate from its fur. It's almost like it's a moss or like a mold on its back, even though it's not. Skiddo can perform photosynthesis with the leaves on its back, which means it does not need to eat so long as it has sunshine and water. It has a docile nature and is thought to be one of the first Pokemon to live alongside humans who ride on it to travel across mountains. I just realized it might just simply have eaten enough grass and weirdly grew it from its body, in which case it would be symbiosis of some capacity and I don't understand how. As seen in the Pokemon The Series XY episode A Race for Home, milk from Skiddo can be used to make dairy products. Goat's milk, yum. Ooh, wait, hold on. You know, when you sit down and you don't think anything about it, you're like, I prefer the milk from this creature instead of that creature. That doesn't sound weird on the surface, but the more you think about it, the weirder it gets. Go-Goat, its evolution, has been domesticated by people since 5,000 years ago and is often used for transport. Go-Goat is known to have empathetic abilities that allow them to sense the feelings of whoever grips its horns. It does this by sensing subtle changes to the grip, and this ability is so acute that it can move as if it and its rider were one being. In the wild, Go-Goat lives in herds in mountainous regions, and the leader of the herd is decided through battles with its horns. Territorial disputes, it's normal. And also, it is somehow not a psychic type, despite the whole horn-grabbing, emotion connection mentality thing, though in truth, I kind of appreciate the fact that these abilities are there without it being forced into the psychic typing. It's more of an exemplification of the domestication and the connection it has with people throughout all these years, and it has learned to adapt and understand us, same as we have learned to understand it. Does it count as two domestications though if they were separate, since we have domesticated plants? It could also, in origin, be a reference to the Yule Goat, which may be used to decorate during Christmas time. Now, the next few entries are some ghosts, and again, if you want to hear everything about our ghost-type Pokemon, then you should go check out my video on that in the same fashion that I did this one. Now, I'm going to give you a suggestion that is less of a suggestion and more of a just do not do this. Don't lose your talent in the forest, otherwise you'll never find them again in the same form as you left them, as they will transform into Phantump if they die there. It's a ghost stump. There are two small green leaves near the tip of each branch, and viewing these leaves can apparently create a curative liquid. That is just a rumor though, because when you touch them, they just kind of into nothingness. Phantump is created when a spirit possesses a tree stump. It is said that the spirit is that of a child who became lost in the forest and died. This Pokemon's cries sound like the voice of a child or eerie screams. Can you imagine deciding, you know what, I'm gonna go for a lovely walk, and you start walking through the forest, and while doing so, you don't hear just one type of scream, you hear multiple different types of screams. From animals, from ghosts, from plants, it doesn't matter. The world of Pokemon in the wild is terrifying, and that's why they always tell you, don't go into the tall grass. Now, people have become lost following this voice, but Phantump is actually not trying to be evil, it is attempting to make friends. And its evolution is also misinterpreted as being evil as well, despite its benevolent reasons for doing what it does. Trevenant can control other trees by using its roots as a nervous system. It uses this ability to trap people who harm its forest and will curse people who cut down trees. However, it is very kind to forest-dwelling creatures and Pokemon that reside in its body. Trevenant hates fire-type Pokemon, so lumberjacks would usually bring them in order to push them out. It is also believed that Trevenant has consumed people, although it is unclear whether this is fact or rumor. Theoretically speaking, it hasn't consumed anyone. It probably brings them in, gets them lost in the forest, they die, and they turn into a ghost Pokemon, they turn into a tree, whatever it is. You came from the earth, you shall return to it. It is all too convenient for people who want to tear down the forest to call Trevenant evil, in spite of it being benevolent. All in order to rouse the public and get them to try and attack it. This is literally, you could have the Gaston situation right here, but with Trevenant instead. As a note, Trevenant's 2D art lines up perfectly with the kanji for tree. Want to get kidnapped? No, it doesn't matter what, how old you are or what size you are. According to this Pokemon, it'll take people of all ages and all sizes. It's not discriminate, as we are talking about the Pumpkaboo line. Pumpkaboo becomes active after dark. The holes in its body can glow and illuminate the way for travelers in the dark. It is said that it also carries wandering spirits to the afterlife by storing the spirits in its body. However, its own spirit is trapped in this world, and Pumpkaboo can hypnotize and control any humans or Pokemon. It does this task by releasing streams of light from the holes in the pumpkin, which, in my opinion, makes me think that all of this is simply a lie, and that it will take us away any chance it gets, and any benevolent things that it does is simply a well-made-up hoax through its hypnosis. Also, the more people that died here of its preferred type, the larger this Pokemon's size. As it evolves into Gourgeist, it doesn't get any better, as on the top of its head, it's a crescent-shaped tuft that is brown on top. This tuft resembles a pumpkin's stem. And in the animated series, it has shown the ability to retract its upper body into the pumpkin, giving it an appearance of a traditional jack-o'-lantern, meaning that it has the perfect camouflage when Halloween starts, which is the perfect time for it to take advantage of people doing what? Knocking on doors for candy. On the night of a new moon, Gourgeist wanders town streets while singing an eerie song. Those who hear its song will be cursed. It is also known to sing joyfully while observing prey it has entangled in its arms. It sings you your last lullaby as you drift off to the forever sleep. And you bet it follows the similar preferences as Pumpkaboo does. Gourgeist's 4 different sizes determines their target for who they take into the afterlife. Small Gourgeist prefers targeting adults by pretending to be children. The large Gourgeist prefers taking children by pretending to be adults. And the supersized Gourgeist aren't picky and will target anyone. It is inherently an incredibly screwed up Pokemon that possesses pumpkins that controls them from there. Which, say that it possesses and controls them is kind of redundant, but it is what it is, and that makes it not an actual plant. Say hello to Gen 7, baby! And to kick us off is another one of the best grass types of all time, Rowlet. A nocturnal Pokemon, it will store energy during the day through photosynthesis. It approaches opponents by silently gliding before unleashing a volley of kicks. This Pokemon can rotate its head almost 180 degrees and has excellent night vision. Its feathers are as sharp as blades, which it launches at foes from the air. Rowlet feels most relaxed in tight, dark spaces. Rowlet is known to even nestle into its trainer's bag or the front of their jacket, almost as if it were originally a burrowing owl. And yet again, we have another Pokemon that kind of blurs the line between what is plant, animal, and if it is symbiosis or simply a singular creature. I'm gonna just say that it is a singular creature with both plant and animal cells in this case, so a mix. Rowlet is based off of an owl, sharing the most similarities with members of the Titanidae family, a species collectively known as barn owls that have heart-shaped faces and dark eyes. In particular, it is closely resembling the common barn owl, which was introduced to Hawaii, the region which Alola was based on. Furthermore, Rowlet's grass type might be a reference to grass owls or the local pueo owl, known for flying over grassy areas on the Hawaiian Islands. Owls are adorable, and if anyone disagrees, I will fight you, unless you're afraid of them, in which case I will train a pack of owls to hunt you down. Watch your back. As we continue into Dartrix, remember that additional behavioral information does come from the anime. This alert Pokemon is sensitive to the presence of others around it and is capable of launching attacks on unseen enemies behind it. It propels its blade quills at enemies or prey with astounding precision. By bending the feathers, it can even alter the trajectory of its strikes. However, it can occasionally miss hitting at times. Dartrix is narcissistic by nature, spending a lot of time grooming its feathers to maintain its appearance. This compulsion will occasionally lead to it losing focus when its plumage is ruffled or dirty, even retiring from battle just to preen. In other words, Dartrix is that pretty boy, the one that just, I'm just much better than you. Now, it has been described as having a bit of a bird brain, and that feels like a, is that xenophobic to say? It kind of feels like it, as it does have a tendency to make mistakes. When it does make mistakes, it tries to cover them up, which ends up making the situation worse. A trainer who helps Dartrix through this difficult stage of its life will allow it to reach its full strength. Conversely, Dartrix will refuse to listen to a trainer who doesn't diligently help it groom. In Hisui, Dartrix tends to expose itself to sunlight in order to gain power, presumably due to the region's cold climate. As a result of the harsh environment, Dartrix becomes more sturdy when it evolves into Hisui and Decidueye, gaining the fighting type instead of the ghost typing. So, between Decidueye and Hisui and Decidueye, the differences are simply going to be as follows. You have Robin Hood versus a Ronin. With the past, Hisui and Decidueye, it was very combative. It was very quick to get into fighting, leading into a flurry of kicks, and it had shorter feathers or arrows that it would then use in that battle as well, being short bow type style fighting with a combination of close combat, again primarily using its legs for kicking. It was very benevolent, but at the same time, this pugilistic attitude likely led it to lose massive numbers of its species. As such, it had to slowly adapt over time and change, eventually having its adaptation and true evolution once again into the modern Decidueye, our ghostly Robin Hood one that uses Spirit Shackle, pins the prey down, fires off with a volley of shots, and attacks from the shadows with sneak attacks, or simply never being seen as it fires off at its foes. And if it's ever seen, it continues to keep its distance. It stays a little bit more solitary because it has had to adapt over the idea that, oh, me being so combative has caused so many of my species to die. As such, it was a non-favorable trait when it came to Pokemon that needed to mate and then create the next generation. That is why these two species exist. And it follows even deeper into the whole concept of the burrowing owl extinction that leads into the modern Alolan Decidueye. I really want to redo my regional variants video, and I just might have to do so with Legends ZA coming out, assuming there are regional variants in it. You, me, and every other person who ever played through the trials in Pokemon Sun and Moon likely thought this next Pokemon was a bug type, when in reality it was a pure grass type that developed itself in this fashion just so it could keep itself safe easier. In order to achieve evolution, Fomantis stores up energy gathered by photosynthesis. It is nocturnal, so during the day it spreads its leaves wide to catch the sunlight. During the night, it spends its time searching for a new spot to sleep for the next day. It will not stay in the same spot for more than a day due to the danger involved, and if anything bothers it while it is gathering sunlight, Fomantis will fiercely attack it. The reason is that Fomantis hates its naps being disturbed. Honestly, who doesn't? Regigigas, Lugia, Snorlax, the list goes on and on. Just don't bother someone when they're asleep. That's the lesson here. Even I don't like being bothered when I'm asleep. When regularly exposed to sunlight, it grows up with vivid coloration. Though it excels at long-range attacks, it will rarely use those that require it to use its stored photosynthetic energy. Fomantis can give off a sweet and refreshing scent. Bug Pokemon like Cutiefly are known to gather near it due to this scent, and trainers who own Fomantis tend to give it a flower pot, allowing it to sunbathe in peace. Based on that information alone, we can tell this Pokemon is effective at decision-making and planning. There are plenty of Pokemon that would be effectively seen as intelligent, but this one is a very strong one in that capacity. Fomantis may also be based on the Orchid Flower along with the Orchid Mantis, reversing the mimetic relationship between those two organisms. And honestly, what a pretty mantis. Look at this thing. Though I will personally keep my distance from Manti in general as much as I want to pick them up, because they will cut you. Like, there is no hesitation. They will shank you. Its evolution must always be named Vegito in my heart and mind, and you will understand why by the end. Lurantis both looks and smells like a flower, a trait that it exploits to lure foes in for a surprise attack. By gathering light, Lurantis can fire laser beams using its sickle-like arms. This plant is just firing laser beams, and I get it. Oh, but Krillin, all the plants can learn solar beam. No, this is different. Okay, this is different. Its brilliant coloration and elegant moves have earned it acclaim as the most glamorous grass-type Pokemon. However, it does disguise itself as a bug Pokemon for protection. Maintaining its appearance requires detailed grooming. If a trainer does a good job caring for it, Lurantis will have an easier time trusting them than a lazy trainer and have gorgeous, brilliant colors. These beams can cleave metal plates, and in Generation 7, Solar Blade was its signature move. I'm going to show you what Vegito looks like using Spirit Blade. And when I first saw Lurantis use its Solar Blade, I screamed. I did not put it on my team, but I screamed knowing that I was getting chopped in half by a Dragon Ball character in my Pokemon games. I was dead and gone. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is ready to slice me up and serve me on our charcuterie board. So you can understand why I think this Pokemon is pretty cool, and maybe one day when I do a Sun and Moon Nuzlocke, maybe hopefully I can get it onto my team. While I think the upcoming mushroom is a really cute one, its abilities are terrifying and can get quite dark as we step into its evolution, especially. At night, Morlo can make these spores filling its mushroom caps glow. Morlo likes dark, damp areas such as dense jungles, but changes locations every night to avoid depriving the plants in any one area of too many nutrients, so very thoughtful regarding other plants. In addition to locomotion, its roots are also used to communicate with other Morlo. When in danger, it scatters spores that burst into bright, glittering sparks. The pulsing light of the spores can induce drowsiness. It is rumored that once, when a group of Morlo were disturbed and all threw out their spores at once, a plane passing by overhead suffered a near brush with disaster. A plane. Do you realize how high those spores have to go to get to them? How concentrated they have to be? How far into the jungle was this plane, or how high above it really? Like, actually, how did it have such a high enough concentration that it just blasted through the airplane's filtration system and just knocked out the pilot at the very least, if not everybody in that plane? This is why some Pokemon should be feared, and it is never the ones that you think. Leave them alone. Now, the caps on Morlo's head are a delicacy for Pokemon living in the forest and can grow back overnight at least. Morlo may be based on bioluminescent mushrooms in general, such as those of the genus Mycena, although its name suggests inspiration from the genus Morchella. Its fairy type may be due to fairy rings, or it may possibly be a reference to fairy fire. Fairy rings are literally just a ring of mushrooms that grow for questionable reasons. Sometimes they are different mushrooms, other times they are all the same mushroom, and there are different things that can occur depending on the lore of the universe in which you find them in. They can be portals to the Fey world, or they can make you change races if you watch Delicious in Dungeon, which you should. The Fae do not abide by our rules, so the possibilities are limitless. As for Fairy Fire, it is not the D&D spell that is beautiful, but rather a bioluminescent mushroom commonly called Foxfire. Very bioluminescent. Its evolution, Shiinotic, lives in dark forests and competes with Parasect over territory. Their fights often leave the area coated in spores. It makes sense that they would fight with each other because Parasect is a parasite, constantly feeding and destroying trees and then moving on to the next, while this Pokemon seems to care about other Pokemon and not depriving everybody of nutrients. It is like the actual wood wide web fungi that lives underground, but you can see more of it above ground now. In the Pokemon series episode Lulls to La La Land, Shiinotic has been shown illuminating the spot and gills on its mushroom. This strange light can confuse people who enter its habitat, causing them to lose their way. Additionally, the flickering spore it releases can cause drowsiness. It takes advantage of sleeping prey. Now it has prey. By sucking their energy through the tips of its arms. It can also transmit energy to whomever it likes, be it human, Pokemon, or vegetation, through this same method. These fairy types just always messing with the vitality of others and controlling life essence. And it's also fitting that this little alien-looking monster would make people disappear. Just never enter their territory or you will never be seen again. And isn't that one city in Galar just surrounded by these things? What's the implication there? It has been suggested to me that after this series, I do the geography of every region and I talk about every city, which I might just have to do. Because there's things like this that make me want to look into the hidden storytelling of Pokemon that much more. The creation of this line that we're about to talk about Once it reaches its final form, makes it very difficult for Pokemon Company to deny that they know exactly what they're doing. At least in the first form of the Bone-Sweet line, they are pretty adorable. This Pokemon exudes a delicious smell from its entire body, which has made it popular with people of the Alola region. This scent has a calming effect on people, so they're often used as living air fresheners. Just hang one up in your car. However, its sweet scent has also caused it to be swallowed whole or collected by other Pokemon, especially Toucannon and Greedent. It is too sweet for human consumption, but its sweat can be used to make juice. Bone-Sweet was highly valued by humans in the past time when sweets were rare. Its sweat can be used to make juice. Sweat juice. Look, I'll just say, if you want to do that sort of thing with your significant other, sure, whatever, I don't care, I don't know, I don't need the details, whatever, no problem there, that's your life. But sweat from what is considered an animal, stop! While fleeing danger, Bone-Sweet skips along in a way that does not convey its desperation. As a result, no one ever comes to help it. It's just too cheery and too happy. Oh, look at it. Oh, it's playing. Oh, look at it go. Oh, the other animal picked it up with its mouth. Oh, you have a great time. Bye. It is known to drive away enemies by rotating its calyx, but it becomes dizzy afterwards. Simply the top part of its head. Simply put, though, it is based on the purple mangosteen, the color, shape, leaves, and all, and they do not need fertilization to form, explaining why this Pokemon is all female at least, but we still don't have an answer for Lilligant! Somebody, if you have an answer, put it in the comments, please. I read the comments. I read them all. I at least heart react them if I do read them. If I don't heart react it, it's probably because I don't know how to respond. Or I want to give a proper response, so I just wait, and then sometimes I just simply forget. So please, just, if you have a potential answer, just put it in there, because at some point, I have to get to Unova and talk about Unova's ecology. Let's just get to its evolution. Steenie. While it has a delectable fragrance, this Pokemon also has a tomboyish personality that can make it hard to get along with. That makes it hard to get along with? I'll be honest. I have a preference towards the tomboy attitude. My significant other has a tomboy attitude, but also the slight neediness of a princess. I love her, but it's just the way that it is. So I mean, like, I'm not so sure the personality is the issue. People are just weak. Or they have their preferences, Now, Steenie's scent is a popular antiperspirant used by humans and helps others feel invigorated. So we've gone from drinking its sweat to now using it to prevent or outright stop us from sweating. Sure. Steenie's peeled rind can be used for stomach pains. Its calyx has hardened, allowing it to play with other Pokemon without worrying about being damaged. However, the leaves spin as Steenie moves and often strike nearby objects. It apparently does not care what it hits and even uses the calyx as a form of attack. Foes are struck with the leaves first, then kicked by one of Steenie's equally hard legs. It also uses those legs to protect itself from its natural predator, Corvusquire. Steenie are known to bounce around the forests it lives in. And now, once it learns the move Stomp, it can evolve into a Bible discussion study meeting master. If you can't figure out what I just said, you may want to rewind. If you still can't and are under the age of 18, then you will never understand. I don't recommend you understand and just move on. I don't know how you made it this far into this video. That's a joke. That's a joke. Everything I say is a joke. Is it? I don't know anymore. I'm losing my mind. Just don't keep trying. Before we even talk about Zarina, I want you to know that if you have safe search on, even official images from the Pokemon Company will be blurred because it just looks like it has massive unclothed thunder thighs. And do you understand the landmine that I had to walk through in order to even get any relative gifts or images? Because, oh, is this gonna be safe for work or not safe for work when I unblur this image? I don't know! Serena is known to be both powerful and aggressive. This Pokemon has a high-class nature and punishes anyone who approaches it with evil in mind, perverts. Why did it have to use the word punish, though? This attitude will even be directed at its trainer if given commands Serena dislikes, such as being told to use an ineffective move. Touching the crown-like growth on its head is said to render it defenseless, however, and instantly calms it down. Switch. Serena fights using finely honed kicks and graceful movements. Every time it lands a hit, it cackles at its opponent. It will even continue kicking and stepping on a downed opponent, laughing boisterously. Additionally, its sweet fragrance acts as a distraction, because only the most powerful Steenie evolve into Serena. This Pokemon uses its power to protect its pre-evolved forms, and Quackball is Serena's rival in kicking. At least, it redeems itself by being intelligent, fights evildoers, and is protective of its previous forms. That garners it plenty of points in my mind. Once again, I'm not really going to count the grass typing of Silvally because it's just throwing a disc in its head and calling itself a grass type. Moving on. I want to ask you a question. How big do you think Dhelmise is? And if you answered anything, not within a foot, about maybe a half meter of 12 foot 10 or 3.9 meters, you would be wrong. After all, you can't hunt Wailord without having some significant size and power behind you. That likely just measures the anchor, by the way, because the real Pokemon is the seaweed resembling the real-life dead man's fingers on it, and as it makes friends with the Scalpaline, it can continue to find more seaweed to continue growing as it possesses every last strand, said to have been seaweed possessed after people died on a ship, basically. Look, I've covered Dhelmise in my Ghosts video. Go check out that one for all these details that Dhelmise really comes out with. Because I'm going to tell you right now, as I've said a million times before, nobody is safe, whether you be on land or in the water, because that seaweed will continue for miles at a time if it really wants to, and it will really reach you no matter how far you go. I hope you like polluted and harsh environments, because you're in Galar, baby! This generation is the only one where I did not actually choose the grass type my first time playing through. Instead, Sobble suckered me in to choosing it by feeling sorry for it, just so that way it could commit felonies on November 22nd, 1963. So, let's talk about, instead, who I should have chosen. Grookey. I did not mean to go into an accent, it's just what happened there. Grookey has two leaf-shaped hair tufts that hold a stick on the top of its head. The stick used to be a branch from a forest where troops of Grookey lived, and it has a special power due to being exposed to the energy within Grookey's body. This energy helps Grookey's stick grow harder and more flexible. Besides using it when attacking, Grookey beats this stick rhythmically against the surfaces of all sorts of objects. This has been observed to cause grass to grow and wilted flowers and leaves to seemingly regain their color. As depicted in Pokemon Journeys, this series, episode Beyond Chivalry, aiming to be a leek master, it can even restore weakened plant-like Pokemon such as Bellsprout. Grookey's green fur can create energy from the sunlight, similar to how plants use their green leaves to photosynthesize, and it is said to be full of boundless curiosity. So not only can it revitalize grass and plants in general, even heal other plant Pokemon through its natural ability, but also it can gather energy through photosynthesis. This may just also be derived, all of this, from the belief that music can instill plant growth. There are a lot of studies on this, and I don't want to misquote them or give you a tiny snippet of the big picture and mislead you, but even Yale has started to look into this. So from Yale to small organizations, there seems to be a relative agreement that any form of sound can help plants grow. And I mean, yeah, I would be encouraged to grow faster as well if I felt like I was surrounded by my natural predators. That way I can hopefully survive to the next day. And I mean, actually, if you have plants that grow inside of your house like I do, I have a palm frond. My palm frond exists in the hallway of my house next to a window. So not only does it try to grow towards the window, but we have a cat, thank you Martini, that loves to jump up on my shelf and then proceed to bite at it. As such, ever since I've moved into this house, the plant has proceeded to grow away further into the hallway while also slightly angled towards the window, so that way it can get away from being eaten while also trying to get as much sunlight as it can. At some point, it is going to reach the other side of the hallway if I don't rotate it or do something with it, because it's already just shy of leaning halfway into the hallway while still having perfect stability. Even now, I can look at one of my other plants that was not that large when I moved in, but since it knows where sunlight is, it is leaning towards the window that is here while the plant is way over this way. It's just this natural growth and development as they figure out where they are now, and it's like, oh, that's what I need. I'm going that way. Thwacky can use its 2 sticks to create a rhythmic beat. The faster a rhythm Thwacky creates, the more respect it earns from its peers. Often, when it drums out rapid beats in battle, Thwacky will get so caught up in the rhythm that it does not realize its opponent has been knocked out. That is how you get in trouble with the law. If your opponent is already down on the ground, you should not hit them again. Otherwise, by law, you are now in trouble because you should have ran away. To further develop its sense of rhythm, it constantly uses it in daily life. It can always feel a beat, and it walks while swaying back and forth to this beat, along with drumming with its sticks. As seen in the Pokemon Journeys the series episode A One Stick Wonder, Thwacky can groom its friends to cheer them up. This is the way to show friendship and trust, and yeah, that's kind of a thing that monkeys do. I don't know if I've ever met an unfriendly drummer before. They are typically super chill or super friendly and happy, and I mean, I've met some that are so happy, it's like, I can't even be jokingly mean to you. I want to at least be jokingly mean to you, but I just can't. And that's just from personal experience. They're all fantastic people, every single percussionist I've ever met. Personally, I've even been following the 8-bit drummer for quite some time now, and while I don't watch all of his videos anymore, I remember my first, year of college, I would watch or listen to them all the time. He had such a great, and still does have such a great, infectious nature. The man is married now even. That is another crazy thing to see, like, the people you watched when you were younger growing up as well. And I know that's coming a lot from me, as that's something that's starting to happen already with you guys and myself. As if the last two didn't make me wish I had chosen this line instead of Swaddle already, it is the roots controlling powers of Rillaboom that sealed the deal and made me love the line. Rillaboom always carries its signature drum on its back, and pulls it out when engaged in battle. This bass drum is crafted from a tree stump with several thick branch stumps protruding from it, which form both the legs of the bass drum as well as mid and high toms. Rillaboom also carries 2 drumsticks in its cuffs and takes them out to beat its drum. There are a lot of visual, musical representations designed into this character, even a potential music note being the strand of quote-unquote hair that it has off the front of its head. By drumming, Rillaboom can tap into the power of its special tree stump. The roots of the stump follow the direction of its drumming in battle. In a troop of Rillaboom, the one with the best drumming technique is the leader. It's like a drum line. This is how Rillaboom, who challenge each other for leadership, usually settle it, through a drum battle. Rillaboom has a kind and calm disposition. Valuing harmony within its group, it is very sensitive towards discord that could threaten the group's harmony, so it keeps a strict watch for such actions. Any offenders who drum up discord will be strictly disciplined by Rillaboom until they have their lesson learned. Due to its strong sense of unity, it will ferociously defend its allies from trouble. As a note, gorillas, in a time of potential territorial dispute, will beat their chest, scream, roar, run at each other full bore, stop, turn around, and then not even fight as they return to their harem of gorillas. It's just too much of a waste of energy and too much effort to actually fight each other. Instead, what happens next is, well, one of your harem members may just leave you and join the opposing gorilla group. So it's very fitting that this Pokemon does a lot of just that. The beating of not chest, but drums in that case. You ready for another cotton Pokemon? Gossifleur prefers living in lands with clean water and air, almost like most other plant Pokemon. The pollen it produces has a healing effect, and it used to be made into a tea as a common folk remedy given to sick children in the Galar region. Gossifleur can travel long distances by riding the wind, controlling which direction it goes by twisting its body and petals. While it travels, it starts to sing a joyous song that is said to charm many people into raising it. Gossifleur can anchor itself to the ground to bask in the sunlight. When it absorbs enough sunlight, it blooms brilliantly. Cutiefly are drawn in by Gossifleur's pollen. Now, Gossifleur is inspired as well by the cotton plant, specifically its flower. It is also based on a purported legend that Pokemon Sword and Shield director Shigeru Omori had heard of how catching cotton balls floating in the air bring good luck. Gossifleur may be a combination of Gossypium, the cotton plant genus, and fleur, French for flower, or fleur is, I believe, how that's actually stated. Correct me. It may also involve gossamer, which is a word meaning light, delicate, and silky. It has been suggested that maybe one day I cover the meanings behind all the Pokemon's names and how to say them. It would be pretty interesting to actually round out this knowledge on them because I don't always break down all of their names. And some are incredibly simple while others are overwhelmingly complicated. So that might happen at some point as a nice, simple, background fun video. Eldegoss's cotton fluff acts like a cushion to protect its head from attacks. The cotton can also be spun into a glossy, gorgeous yarn that is a specialty in Galar. When Eldegoss's cotton is weaved together with Cottonee's cotton, it makes a cloth that is popular amongst many luxury brands. It is said that the seeds inside Eldegoss's cotton fluff is highly nutritious and beneficial for people in Pokemon. It spreads the seeds by wind, enriching the soil with nutrients wherever these seeds land. So that made me question, can you actually eat cotton seeds? And the answer is, until 2018, the answer is no. But now you can eat very specific cotton seeds that I'm not going to tell you because it's like a whole thing that's being developed. So don't eat cotton seeds because otherwise they are normally incredibly toxic to both people and animals. The toxin itself is specific to cotton plants and it's called Gossipol, after its Latin name, of course. Now, the seed engineered in 2018 could be useful for the future, since you get far more seed than you do cotton, like literally pounds and pounds of seeds per plant, and you get a little bit of cotton for the plant itself. And apparently, they're actually a really good grain that is very high in protein after their analysis. So, if it is truly safe and starts to be released into the world, then onward to progress, I say, why not? Give me the protein. Get ready for a worm that is also a worm. Always remember how spelling is important, kids. Almost as if I've said that joke like 3 times in the past already. Applin is both the lightest and shortest dragon-type Pokemon, and also one of the shortest grass-type Pokemon as well. As soon as it is born, it burrows into an apple that looks like a Leppa berry, which serves as a home, food source, and protection against preying bird Pokemon. The apple is prevented from rotting thanks to Applin's bodily fluid, which also strengthens the fruit's rind. We'll come back to that. If Applin runs out of apples to eat, or if it is separated from its apple, its body will lose moisture and it will become dehydrated and weak. Since Applin hides inside an apple, it is sometimes mistaken by the Frugivorous Noibat for food. Frugivorous, it only eats fruit. In Galar, it is a custom to give an applin as a romantic gesture. The flavor of the apple it lives in determines its evolution. These apples can be exceptionally tart, sweet, or syrupy. So, this makes it very easy to determine that this Pokemon is in fact not a full-on plant, but rather taking a plant and keeping it alive. It is odd to think that it is prevented from rotting because I know formaldehyde can be used in that capacity. And before you say anything, yes, I used to work in a lab, so I know about that. I don't think what it is using is formaldehyde though, but maybe something similar to it, something very acidic. Because if there is enough acid, it would help preserve and transform the apple. Think of it like the rind of lemons or oranges. They take longer to rot after all, and the higher acidity of lemons helps them be antibacterial even. In other words, our worm here is a machine that turns food and air into poop and acid. Let's get into those beautiful evolutions now. Because with the tart apple, it evolves into Flapple. Flapple's cheeks store acid strong enough to induce chemical burns and corrode metal. It can attack by spitting the acid at its targets and is also able to disguise itself as an apple by folding in its wings. Flapple repairs the apple on its body by using its body fluid. Flapple with clay-colored apples are generally stronger than its peers and have won many battles. This form takes on the most dragon-like appearance of the 3, and the clay-like appearance is probably because of a bruised apple. That's all that it is. Clay-like, it has a brownish color, it's bruised. Given its flying apple motif and signature move Grav Apple, which can be extended to Gravity Apple, Flapple could also be based on the tale of Newton's apple. Popularized by Voltaire, it claimed the English natural philosopher Sir Isaac Newton had the first thought of his system of gravity upon seeing an apple falling from a tree. This could also be the reason it learns Heavy Slam. It would be pretty funny to me to imagine modern physicists in the Pokemon world constantly being confused by what plants are doing, not realizing that they are actually Pokemon. What if the apple never hit Newton? What if it did then flew away? Gravity would have never been invented and we'd all be floating away, because that's how it works, right? Someone's going to take that seriously, and I'm going to laugh at you. One alternative evolution comes from giving it the Sweet Apple, giving us the face of the video that got this channel off the ground, Appleton. I know I've said it earlier in this video, I really need to redo that Pokemon food chain video. There are so many things that are wrong with it. I think after completing the ecology series, I will be able to recreate it, though. Again, I have to keep Legends ZA in mind as well, so my work may just never end. Appleton's body is caked in sweet nectar, whose smell attracts bug-type Pokemon which Appleton preys on. However, Appleton's primary diet is sweet apples. In order to ward off other Pokemon such as Lechonk from licking the nectar on its back, Appleton could spew a sticky nectar. The skin on its back is said to be tasty and children used to eat it as a snack. Look, it's an apple pie. Pie is my favorite food of all, so I don't know if I could actually truly 100% resist trying to eat parts of Appleton as well, assuming it doesn't hurt the Pokemon. Honestly, again, these forms do lean more and more into the power of the apple and nature in general, making it hard to tell where the Pokemon ends and the plant begins on the cellular level. Even if we look back at the acidity of what Flapple provides, a tartar apple provides more acid within its construction. So it would make sense that now it's able to spit up acid rather than just keep the apple alive in its Flapple form by using the acid. And now we have Appleton, which now leans into the sweet apple idea. But let's just get a little bit sweeter as we talk about Dipplin. It is said to have been triggered by the syrupy apple found exclusively in Kitakami. The pair that composes Dipplin works together inside their shared apple. So there's two Pokemon inside of this apple now. They are capable of producing syrup, which they use to coat their apple in layers. This syrup has a fragrant scent that captivates Dipplin's opponents, and they can use the syrup to engulf their opponents and hinder them. Yeah, very cute, candy apple, blah, blah, blah. Do you prefer candy or caramel apples? Because I'm gonna be real, I already have to bite through the apple itself. I want a nice, soft, sugary coating to bite through, not a secondary hard layer, making it feel like I have to bite through the candy equivalent of a freaking armadillo to get to my food. Now, when you teach Dipplin Dragon Cheer and level it up, it gains a whole crowd of friends, all residing within the apple as it becomes Hydrapple. 3 of the 7 serpents are always visible outside of the syrup apple. The central serpent, which is the dominant entity in the system, rises from the center, and 2 of the serpent's tails emerge from the rear. The central serpent has the longest body and is further distinguished by its 2 horns. The left horn has an apple impaled on it, which appears to be the same apple that the Pokemon inhabited when it was Applin. Now, you wouldn't think that that would be a mistake, but in fact it is not, as Dipplin is 1 foot 4 inches and then, or at least 0.4 meters, and then transforms into a 5 foot 11 or 1.8 meter monster. Massive difference! The 4 other serpents composing Hydrapple are usually hidden within the syrup, with only the tops of their closed eye stalks visible from without. Sometimes the 4 hidden serpents emerge from the syrup so that 5 of Hydrapple's heads are visible. To move, Hydrapple's 2 tail serpents work together to push its entire body across the ground. Their Pokédex also specifically states, these capricious serpents have banded together. On the rare occasion that their moods align, their true power is unleashed. That comes in the form of Fickle Beam, where if all the heads do work together, they double the power of the move to 160. There's a 30% chance of that if I'm remembering correctly off the top of the head. Now, all this could be related to the apple that Eve gave onto Adam. In the Bible, we have a great serpent, though more specifically, we have the 7-headed beast that comes at the end times, an apple, and the chaotic nature of its signature move, as it's supposed to happen at any time, we don't know when, blah, 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 blah. Could also just be a coincidence, but it is one heck of a coincidence. All right, the next two are Zarude and Calyrex. I'm gonna make this real easy and let you know that they are not plants. One has vine powers from within its body, the other is Jesus. If you want that explained further, too bad, go check out my legendary family video of legendaries and mythicals. I explained literally everything I possibly could about them and how Calyrex even made the Galarian legendary bird trio, and how much that Arctic hair gave me a massive headache due to its potential origins, and there's a big reason why I call it Jesus. So go check that out. It's way too much to explain here, and this also hopefully gets you to watch other videos, which means I get more views on those, which helps support the channel more. So go do it. Go do it. We are finally, though, in the last generation, and honestly, the grass types here are absolutely fire. Is that actually insensitive to say about plants? I don't know. The first one here makes it very hard, calling every cat in the Pokemon world an obligate carnivore, as we have Sprigatito. It is capricious and attention-seeking, and it tends to sulk if ignored by people. Sprigatito can rub its paws together to unleash a sweet therapeutic aroma that mesmerizes anyone near it and causes its foes to stop battling. The scent becomes more potent when Sprigatito is exposed to sunlight, and it can absorb moisture into its fur by grooming it, which helps it to perform photosynthesis. It washes its face regularly to avoid drying out. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, it can spread the scent around by moving around as it sleeps. It is believed it does this to help itself and other Pokemon relax more easily. So it is legitimately a plant by all means, but in the shape of a cat, which this could be used to actually deter flying types from attacking it, considering birds would stay away from felines. After all, if we can have a plant in real life that looks like a bee and releases a scent to attract bees to mate with it, in reality, then giving the bee a bunch of pollen to then make it go to the other plants, then why can't we have a grass cat Pokemon in this Pokemon world? Who's to say no? Its name breakdowns do give us Sprig, and then even in Japanese, it's Nyahoja. The sound a cat makes, nya, with Hoja being Spanish for leaf amongst a couple of other words. Up next, though, is Florigato, flora, flower, flower cat. There is a vine tucked inside Florigato's fur, which has a hard, round, pink flower bud on the end. Florigato wields the vine and swings the bud to attack its opponents. In the anime, the vines can be used to pull others towards the user, and even knock off objects held by other Pokemon. The bud additionally serves as a toy. When not in use, the bud is kept on the left side of Florigato's chest, near its neck. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, it plays with the bud while sleeping, like a little cat toy, you know, like a kid just playing with it before they're out. Florigato is intelligent and dexterous. It is also mischievous and likes showing off, desiring attention and companionship from others. If its trainer refuses to give it attention, it may misbehave by pulling pranks, such as tying the trainer with its vine while they are asleep. So it's very much just a more intelligent and more conscious, I suppose, orange cat. But it isn't hunting after any other Pokemon for food, so I think we have another pure plant again without it being complicated. Its evolution, Meowscarada, is said to be a talented magician. Meowscarada carries a 4-petaled green flower whose stem is hidden by the reflective fur on its cape, creating the illusion of floating. The flower can blossom into a round pollen-filled flower bomb with a 2-tone green and black zigzag pattern on the outside and 6 petals adorning the top. In a battle, Meowscarada uses skillful misdirection to stealthily plant these flower bombs onto various surfaces around its unaware foes before setting them off, catching their opponents off guard. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, Meowscarada occasionally attempts to perform magic while it sleeps, however this performance tends to go not as planned. When I imagine it placing these little bombs down, I kind of imagine Dante from Devil May Cry in the 5th one, or even in the 4th one, where you can like place a bunch of these needles in, and then when you do the little clap, then all of them just start to explode, and you cannot tell me Meowscarada would not do that. With its round shape and 6 prominent petals, Meowscuriata's flower resembles a pomegranate, a fruit of particular cultural importance in certain regions of Spain, such as Granada. This ties into its nature as an explosive, as grenades are named for the resemblance to pomegranates. Granites, Granada, grenade. Lines up. I will also note there are plants that will build up pressure, liquid, and seeds, and when given just the tiniest little tap, they will blast off, spreading out seeds as wide and far as they rocket through the air. The things plants have adapted in real life is astounding. I didn't have to think twice before choosing Sprigatito, by the way. I love the small cat far too much, but I do appreciate the level of detail in all of the starters. And, I mean, why don't we talk about another one of the best grass types ever, as it is just the cutest and most anxiety-ridden plants of all time, Smoliv. Inside its fruit, Smoliv stores oil made from nutrients it gathers through photosynthesis, which allows it to go for a week without eating or drinking. Smoliv's oil is bitter and astringent, enough to make someone flinch, and thus is not suitable for consumption. When startled or attacked, Smoliv will shoot out its oil to slow its opponent, and then it will run away. It prefers dry and sunny climates and tends to spend its time sunbathing. If you're like me and you didn't know what astringent means, it turns out it refers to a chemical that shrinks or constricts body tissues. This Pokemon is a walking Geneva Convention nightmare. Then again, most Pokemon kinda are. Do I need to let you know that it's an olive? How about this? How about I let you know that there is an olive tree in Crete, or rather, Anavu in Greece, I hope I said that right, is estimated to be between 2,000 and 4,000 years old. You might be asking why such a huge gap. It's because carbon dating can be only so accurate these things, and you don't want to be too intrusive, because why would you want to study something so much that you accidentally end up killing it in the process, ruining its whole cultural significance. It hopefully will never die, but if it ever does, as all things do, then there will be more than enough opportunities to then take it and study it further to get a more accurate idea of just how old it is, and it might just be even older. This all might actually play a little bit into what we see with its evolution. Dolliv has coexisted with humans since ancient times, living among settlements and sharing its tasteful, fresh, scented oil. It enjoys basking in the sunlight until the fruits on its head ripen. Once accomplished, it leaves the settlements and goes on its own journey. I genuinely enjoy a good chunk of the Pokemon in Gen 9, but this was the point that I knew its final evolution would either make or break this Pokemon, and then either make me regret never adding it, or make me just be like, oh, thank God, oh, I don't have to have that on my team, but then feel bad because, you know, I don't want a disappointing evolution for any Pokemon, you know what I mean? It is also, of course, all preference, but still. And I thought to myself, what's it gonna be? All grass types either become true plants, or more specifically tree, or waifu. Arboliva decided that it would do both. Arboliva has a calm and compassionate nature, kind enough to share its nutrient-rich aromatic oil with weakened Pokemon. However, when threatened, it will drive back enemies by launching its oil at them with a force powerful enough to destroy a boulder. Arboliva may be based on an olive tree, we would have guessed, with the fruits on its branches resembling Kalamata olives or black olives in its shiny coloration. It sometimes makes a pose resembling the olive wreath in battle. Its calm temperament may even be inspired by the symbolism of the olive branch, which traditionally represents a peace. Arboliva may also be inspired by dryads given its humanoid appearance and compassionate nature. Specifically, it may be based off of the Hamadryad, which lived in trees and were sometimes considered a part of the tree itself. Its wreath-like pose might be interpreted as the indalo, a prehistoric symbol commonly found in south of Spain. It very much seems to be a strong protector, and while normally they average at about 4'7" or 1.4 meters, they can become much larger as seen in the anime, making them powerful giants. Which, that could play incredibly well into the idea of the 2,000 to 4,000 year old tree, even if it's not in the same area. If you know this whistle, then you may realize it's the same cry that Bramblin has, as it resembles the cry from the good, the bad, and the ugly. Bramblin are created when wandering souls, unable to move on, get tangled and fuse to dried grass. Its main form of locomotion is the wind, which blows it uncontrollably to destinations unknown. Bramblin despises getting wet, and it makes its habit in dry, rocky regions such as deserts. Again, ghost video. Go watch that. Lots more information regarding ghosts and all that good stuff. But tumbleweeds, if you didn't know, because I didn't know, are actually an entire plant of their own, not just a bundle of plants mixed together as I once thought. Thanks to Nature Collective, we have the following. A tumbleweed is a prickly sphere. Flowers are tiny and lack petals, but a colorful color develops around each small seed pod, giving the appearance of blooms. Ultimately, the entire plant breaks free from the ground and is tumbled by the wind, fragmenting the branches and dispersing the seeds of future plants. They also are, I found out, massively invasive, like arguably one of the fastest invasive species according to Natural History Museum, which states the following. Russian thistle isn't native to North America. It is instead native to dry and semi-dry regions throughout Europe and Central Asia. The Russian thistle made its first known appearance in North America in the 1870s, in Bonham County, South Dakota. It's thought to have arrived surreptitiously, its inconspicuous seeds well hidden in the containment of flaxseed imported from what was then the Russian Empire. As a side, that happens a lot. A lot of seeds end up within hay, within other seeds. I mean, heck, even a lot of the grass we have on, like, our lawns are arguably invasive. I say that because that might have changed. I haven't recently updated myself on that in the last year or so, because it's just a bunch of seeds put together. If you let your grass grow, you'll realize just how different each blade of grass can actually become. Farmers were among the first to notice its arrival, as Russian thistle is an expert at exploiting loose, disturbed soil with little competing vegetation. This is exactly what it found in the plowed land of the Great Plains. As pioneer farmers cut down prairie grasses and other native vegetation to make space for crops, they created a suitable habitat for the invasive Russian thistle. As Russian thistle matures, it goes from a soft seedling to a stiff and spiny plant. Its defenses put off grazing animals, but also inflicted wounds on farmers, their horses, and livestock. In some areas, infestations grew to the point that plowing became impossible, and there were extensive crop losses worth millions of dollars. They couldn't separate the seed from other grains due to the small size. They could travel easily and could survive very harsh conditions. They were perfect for an invasion. And as someone who has counted by hand the removal of over 2,000 spotted knapweed and had to write a college paper on my research of it, I can still go 70 miles per hour down the highway and in like a half a second immediately identify when there's spotted knapweed on this side of the road. Look, let's take a very short tangent to talk about spotted knapweed, because there's an internal rage every time I'm reminded of it, okay? So it looks like a thistle. Don't touch it, because if you touch it, it could cause irritation in the arms. This plant likes to have super deep roots, meaning that it's going to get deeper into the ground where then it could absorb more water and make sure other plants don't get any water as it drops the water table around it, while basically ensuring nobody else gets water, drying them out and killing them. It spreads super easily, lets out a ton of seeds, it loves sandy, hot environments, and it can pretty much just grow anywhere, even if there's not really shade. Their seeds can lay dormant for many, many years with or without light, and they'll just create what is called a monoculture, meaning that they'll eliminate all plants in the area while just making it so only they are there. How it does this, other than just out-competing other plants, is it releases a natural herbicide into the ground and kills the other plants. The only times I don't really see it is when I'm in the deep forest, in which case the trees out-competed, of course, because the trees are like, oh, look at this guy coming in here thinking he owns the place. Bang! So yes, I have an absolute hatred for spotted knapweed in the United States. When you look at where it's from, or its relatives are from, they're great for bees. Fantastic, it's not bad at all. So don't go removing them. Make sure you identify them properly, because you might be removing a thistle, and I had to talk with people to make sure that they weren't removing desert thistle from dunes, because that's kind of an endangered species. So yay. Back to the invasive at hand though, as we talk about Bramblegast. It now has a face that it can use to express its emotions, so it's a little bit cute. And it also catches prey using its branches, completely enveloping them. Once accomplished, it will not let go of the prey until all of its life energy has been drained. Bramblegast lives in arid regions such as deserts where the wind tumbles and rolls it around. There are rare occasions of massive outbreaks of bramble gas which can bury entire towns. Yay! The dead plant is a heterotroph and an active hunter. In addition to the terrifying notion that it could just make an entire town disappear, which luckily Cascarafa has a moat and a wall to protect it. There might be a story there. Old Cascarafa, considering it is right next to where you can find these Pokemon, may have gotten buried in the past. And so to protect themselves, I mean, yeah, they provide water to their people, but also to protect themselves from this Pokemon, they made moats. Because they could have just simply imported water. They could have simply done a million other things, but no. They specifically made moats and walls to make sure this Pokemon does not come in. And this is why I genuinely need to do a Pokemon region by region geography series. Because you will not find that said anywhere. Well, my initial reaction to this next Pokemon was, what is that thing? And for me to just run the opposite direction as it did the same, my elbow hurts. I have to admit that Toedscool is actually a pretty good design, all in all. Toedscool has two long, thin, white legs resembling tentacles or mycelium, which it uses to run at a speed of 30 miles per hour, 50 kilometers an hour. Toedscool lives in humid forests, where it clings to tree roots. Although Toedscool physically resembles Tentacool, the two species are biologically unrelated. This is another example of convergent evolution, external factors that make two separate species develop similar traits. Now, it is very clearly based on the wood ear mushroom since it is the wood ear Pokemon, which is also called tree jellyfish in Japan. In addition, a mushroom's stalk is called a pie, or foot in Spanish. And if seeing this thing run wasn't bad enough, it gets worse as its evolution does hunt after prey. Toedscool eats by wrapping prey with its tentacles and sucking out their nutrients, which causes the prey pain. So you don't get a painless death, you get to stay awake and suffer as it kills you. Toedscool form colonies deep within forests, and they do not appreciate incoming strangers. Rather than walking, it jumps forward on springy tentacles. So at first you might be like, oh, that's a weird thing, you know, it's kind of funny looking, and then it kills you because it's like a clown with a knife. It is a mushroom after all, I do suppose, so it's got to eat everything in nature and kind of spread through. Though, mushrooms, again, are just the fruiting bodies. So could you imagine if you could actually see something much more than just this on the surface? Toedscool's pink protrusions may derive from the guttation droplets of certain fungi, such as the Hynellum pecci, which produces red droplets similar in appearance to Tentacool and Tentacruel's red orbs. Now, a Pokemon that I love in name and has two great forms, but I personally believe could have benefited with a third to round it out, is the Capsaicin Capsakid itself. Capsakid's front tooth falls out naturally, and it is used as a spice in traditional Paldean cooking. It creates spicy chemicals inside its body by using energy from sunlight, which it uses to power its moves. The more sunlight that this Pokemon bathes in, the more spicy chemicals are produced by its body, and thus the spicier its moves become. Capsakid's category and appearance suggest that it may be based on an immature chili pepper, such as the habanero, as alluded to in its Japanese category. The splitting flower over the back of its pepper-shaped head is also based on how peppers grow. The budding berry will grow from inside the flower, causing its petals to cover the pistil of the developing pepper in a similar manner to Capsakid's cap. Its cap and beak also make it resemble the Kappa. It also resembles a newly hatched baby dinosaur or chick, with its white cap resembling a piece of eggshell. The cap also resembles a sunbonnet, hats worn by babies to protect them from sunburn. As Capsakid is still vulnerable to harsh sunlight-boosted fire attacks, unlike its evolution. Additionally, there is even a chili pepper named the Scotch Bonnet for its resemblance to bonnets. Now, I feel like Capsakid would be the exact type of kid to ask me if I had any games on my phone, and I'd have to resist drop-kicking them. Scovillain is described as a ferocious Pokemon whose rampage is unstoppable. The spicy chemicals in its brain stimulate both heads, turning the green head vicious while providing a source for the red head to convert into spicy, fiery energy, which it blasts its surroundings with. Scovillain is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Spicy Extract, which raises the attack of the opponent and lowers the target's defense as well by 2 stages for both categories. It's a very interesting idea in concept, would probably be fairly good for Pokemon or usable on Pokemon that are not physical attackers. Now, a video on every Pokemon ability and the lore behind them is very tempting, just like my one on all hold items. So, I mean, that might be in the future, and so is a video on Pokemon natures and how they line up with the personality chart. So many ideas, yay. Honestly, did expect a 3rd evolution from this Pokemon, and I expected that from a lot of Gen 9 Pokemon. And while not all of them need it, Flamigo having 1 form is perfect, and I love our mouse hold Pokemon. This house can become a home, so can this mouse become a mome? But, like, this Pokemon itself could use a 3rd. Don't make it a dragon, let it stay grass fire, and let it just go further. Now, up next, we do have a dinosaur mushroom bonnet here, and it seems to be very similar to a Moongus, but it is genetically not the same. It is pretty dumb, but powerful, and that makes it a savage in terms of fighting. And that is truly it. Though there is a chance it may be inspired by Zygites Megalocarpus, a parasitic mold that infects mushrooms. It being described as a cross between a dinosaur and a mushroom may also be based off of the fungal infection mammalian selection hypothesis, which considers that fungi contributed to the extinction of dinosaurs. And according to that hypothesis, most of the flora dying out in the events of the KPG extinction led to a massive fungal bloom, provoking infections that dinosaurs and other reptiles would be less resistant to than mammals. So basically, when mass extinction happens, a set of events do occur. The meteor itself did not just wipe out everything. I'll eventually cover all the Paradox Pokemon in their own video, but I have a history of the ancient Pokemon world already done, so, you know, yeah, there you go. Like the other treasures of Ruin, Wo-Chan's true form is just the row of wooden tablets forming its shell, having been given life by the grudges of the person punished for writing the evil deeds of a king on them long ago, while its body is a form it has constructed using its control over plant matter. Wo-Chan is able to drain the life force of vegetation in a wide area around it, causing entire forests and fields to instantly become barren. It is known as the Tablets of Ruin. The treasures of Ruin in themselves have an incredibly deep history as they inhabit the object and then create a form around themselves. They are probably one of the only dark types in general that are dark because they are legitimately born from evil, not just because they are underhanded in their fighting tactics. I mean, even Masquerada is a dark type because it is underhanded, not evil. It's a magician, it tricks you. The grass typing is quite simply because it is derived from the wooden tablets made from bamboo slips, and then continues to build itself through the decayed form of nature while taking resemblance to a snail. We have finally reached this semi-finale here, and if you didn't stay hydrated during the video, can I offer you some matcha? Poltergeist heavily resembles Sinistea, although they are not biologically related. On top of its matcha body, just below the lid, is a yellow swirl pattern similar to the one found on Sinistea. On Sinistea, this swirl pattern serves as its weak spot and will cause it to become dizzy if stirred. However, this is not the case for Poltergeist. This could show us that Poltergeist is truly the mold growing over the tea, while Poltergeist is truly the matcha itself brought to life. Now, you may ask, what is matcha? I didn't know, so let's just learn together. It is a Japanese green tea powder made from finely powdered dried tea leaves. That felt redundant. It has a slightly bitter vegetal taste and a vibrant green color. Personally, I've enjoyed matcha in my drinks, but I am also more than okay drinking coffee black from time to time. The bitter notes give it a pleasant kick. According to an old tale, Poltergeist was born from the regrets of an old tea master who was so obsessed with perfecting the art of a tea ceremony that he drove away everyone around him. It is more active at night than during the day, prowling around towns and their outskirts. By day, it dwells in cool, dark places, usually in old houses, which is its favorite. It tends to scatter its matcha powder on people and food. If someone touches or ingests the powder, they will notice their skin apparently glowing for a brief moment before they fall unconscious as their life force is sapped away by the powder for Poltergeist to use as energy. You know, this Pokemon seemed real nice until that exact moment. I thought we were gonna have a friendly little Casper situation, and no, the ghost just can't play nice these days. It is capable of draining energy in this way from many people at once. Another behavior exhibited by Poltergeist is its strong tendency to repair broken objects and seal cracks by filling them in with its matcha powder. This is similar to the art of kintsugi, which is usually done with gold instead. And because it makes me giggle just a little bit, with its Japanese name Cha Death, it may be a combination of matcha, death, and a pun on cha des, which is just translated to it's tea. We go from getting served tea in a cup to having the mortar and pestle necessary to grind up the matcha as it evolves into Sinnish Cha. Sinnish Cha lives in cool, dark areas such as the back of a shelf or beneath a house's floorboards. In the past, it would sneak into houses and pretend to be tea in order to trick people into drinking it, so it can absorb their life force. However, because the Chawan Sinnish Cha inhabits had fallen out of use, this act becomes largely unsuccessful. In recent times, instead of sneaking into houses, it roams towns and suburbs in search of prey. It is generally active after sunset and will attack anything that approaches it with a life force draining splash of tea. In order to prepare itself for battle, it builds up its energy by using the Cha Sen on its head to store itself. So, okay, yeah, you know what? Saying mortar and pestle is actually very wrong, but it is similar in make as we look at the Cha Wan and Cha Sen, the tea bowl and the tea whisk, which are necessary in tea ceremonies. This is very much not a plant, but once again, the Japanese name made me giggle with Yabasocha, which may be a combination of yabai, dangerous or terrible, yabacha, sinisty, and socha, low-grade tea or coarse tea. So even after all this time, the tea is still not perfected and is instead insulted even in name. We round out this video with our finale, being one of my favorite Pokemon of all time, easily stealing my heart and becoming my top 3. If you don't know my top 1, you literally have to look up and see my Gengar boy here, followed by Suicune right there, technically walking Wake as well, as I usually pair them together. But on a good day or any other day, there is one other Pokemon that might just take that spot as number 2. And I'm going to go grab them and let them sit with me. Okay, I was going to put her into the pocket of my lab coat here, but like she just kind of leans forward and doesn't want to sit here. But we have Ogerpon! One of the best Pokemon of all time. I've talked about it in multiple videos and shorts and everything like that. So, because of how much I've talked about her and how much I love this Pokemon, I'm going to do this off of memory. Ogerpon in its story, I'm not even going to talk about it. Fantastic. It's an ogre. It went after all of our other, you know, the voted 3 or whatever the heck they want to call themselves, flat out killed them, and then they got brought back to life, only for them and Pectorunts to get their butts handed to them all over again when our lovely Ogerpon got its mask back. Okay? It is very friendly, but also likes to just observe things from a distance. It's a little bit mischievous, so on and so forth. And yes, she is a she, canonically, legendary creature, does have an only female species that we are aware of at this current juncture and are known to live for an incredibly long amount of time. In addition, she can use the terrestrial energy from the masks that she has to transform into unique terrestrialization forms brought about by the emotions that she has within her. Her natural state is through having the grass typing in all of her forms, but gets a secondary typing dependent on the mask, and often uses her Ivy Crudgel to attack foes. Ogerpon itself is based off of, look at that orange face, an orange. Pun is also a cutesy little, like, term, but then even when you look at its shiny form, it gets the same coloration as, again, oranges. She is an ogre, she doesn't have arms, she just has the little flaps here, which is actually part of the cloak, and she does the little kicky kicks. That's pretty much Ogerpon all in all, okay? Honestly, that's pretty much it for Ogerpon in very fast fashion, without getting into all the nitty-gritty details of its past, and just kind of talking about its design. I mean, it can cause, like, plants to completely flourish with its powers and everything, and okay, so the only thing that I missed was that it can restore life to withered plants through the power of its teal mask. Otherwise, nailed it pretty well, and I feel really good about that considering I love this Pokemon so much, and I could not resist getting a plush for it for this video, in addition to ensuring that I was able to draw it for the thumbnail of this. So, with that then, that does round out this video. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to support, like I said, this video or videos like this even further, become a member for as low as $3 a month. You get behind the scenes content, which is primarily just the thumbnails. You get to, in the Discord, get a special role, communicate with other people who are members, and help me choose every month what Pokemon line gets their own special video dedicated to them. December, the Delibird Pokemon was chosen, and because that's just one Pokemon, I decided that we would throw in Iron Bundle in there as well, and maybe even talk about Santa. So that is some fun little details amongst other stuff like getting videos early and more. And if you can't become a member, you know what? Again, thank you so much for watching. Go watch the other videos. Spread the channel around. I love doing this, and as you can see, I have so many more ideas that I want to go through with as I expand on everything in the Pokemon world, as I connect it into ours, into an incredibly deep dive. And with that then, as always, thank you so much for watching. Don't do anything I want to do. Don't think I would do. Please be nice to each other. I love you, and I'll see you next time. Bye!